All right, I think we have let just about everybody in. Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 Local Government Symposium. And Senator Hutchinson, I'd like to recognize you to give our opening remarks.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, everyone. I'm State Senator Scott Hutchinson. I want to welcome you all to the fifth annual Local Government Symposium, which was hosted by the Local Government Commission. We've been looking forward to this event, and we are very excited to hear from all our presenters, and I think you're going to have a great day today. A little bit about myself. I've had the pleasure of serving on the commission since 2015. This session marks my fourth as chairman of the Local Government Commission, meaning I'm one of 10 members of the General Assembly, some of whom are going to be moderating our panels today. As many here are already aware, the Local Government Commission is a bicameral, bipartisan legislative service agency of the Pennsylvania General Assembly. Since 1935, the Commission, with the assistance of its excellent staff, has been central to the development of local government in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, operating in a true bipartisan fashion, as evidenced by the success of commission-sponsored legislation being signed into law, including landmark revisions to various municipal codes, assisting with development of other significant statutory innovations, including intergovernmental cooperation, home rule, mergers, and consolidations. Our commission provides a forum for statewide municipal associations representing different types of municipalities and officials. And it gives them an opportunity to express their views directly before legislators from both caucuses in the Senate and the House. Now, today's symposium, much like the overall mission of the Local Government Commission, provides a platform where practitioners, policymakers, and researchers can gather to connect, share research and policy proposals, spread awareness of local government issues and successes, and work towards increasing the effectiveness and efficiency of local government here in Pennsylvania. We are honored to be joined by our presenters, members of the General Assembly, municipal officials, and other interested parties in local government. We hope this event will provide a meaningful opportunity for education and potential future collaboration by researchers and practitioners who are conducting valuable research and applied local government work. At this time, I'd like to turn over the microphone to the commission staff for some housekeeping before we get started. And I, along with everyone else here, is looking forward to a great symposium. Thanks for joining us, and I'll turn it over to staff.
All right, thank you so much, Senator Hutchinson. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your kind words and your help kicking off this event. We're looking forward to a great event today. My name is Chris Gazy. I'm the Assistant Director here at the Local Government Commission. I will be your tech Sherpa throughout the day. If you run into any tech issues, have trouble connecting, anything along those lines, feel free to reach out to me in the chat, or you can email our office at lgc@palegislature.us. It is generally going to be our practice that as participants in the meeting, you go ahead and leave your camera off unless you're recognized to ask a question. Which, speaking of, we will have Q&A time hopefully in every session. You can let me know that you're interested in asking a question by either using the raise hand function in Zoom or sending a chat directly to me. So that's pretty much how we'll handle that part. We are going to take about a 5-minute pause here because we want to make sure that we are starting our first session, which is scheduled for 9:45, right on time there. We don't want to accidentally leave anybody behind if they haven't connected yet. So we're just going to take a couple minutes pause here. We'll see you back here at 9:45, and Marty will give a couple more housekeeping announcements and introduce Senator Kiefer, who is our moderator for the first group. Thanks. All righty, Marty's going to give us a few housekeeping announcements and we're going to get our first session rolling. Thanks again for being here. Just a quick reminder, we are recording today's session. It'll be available on the Commission YouTube page next week. And if you're interested in any of the written materials or presentation materials, just send us an email and we'll get that out to you after the session today. Marty, take it away.
Thanks, Chris. Marty Toth here. I'm one of the staff here at the Local Government Commission, and this information is predominantly for the lawyers that are in the House today. The Local Government Commission, in conjunction with the American Inns of Court, has obtained accreditation for this symposium. It's accredited for 4 substantive continuing legal education credits, 1 credit for each session. If you are an attorney and you indicated in your registration that you were interested in earning the 4 CLE credits, take note of the following. During each session of the symposium, a pair of code words unique to that particular session will be provided by Chris during the session. Take note of those 2 words, write them down. You will be asked to provide them when you apply for credits after the symposium. We cannot put the words in the chat box, but we will repeat them as many times as anyone asks during the presentation. Immediately after the symposium, you'll receive an email from the Local Government Commission. That email will contain a link to the American Inns of Court, and that's where you'll report your attendance with your code words and provide payment for the $7.40 CLE fee. Whether you apply for CLE for 1 session, 2, 3, or all 4 sessions, the CLE fee is the same. It's $7.40. Chris asked me again to remind everybody that if you have a question, click on the raise hand icon and he'll take your question, or just write your question in the chat box and it'll be distributed to the proper person during the session. The last thing I have for these announcements before I turn the program over to the senator is today's first code word for this first session. And it is the word Brett. B-R-E-T-T. And with that, kicking off things this morning and introducing the moderator of our first session is Commission Member Senator Dawn Keefer.
Well, good morning. I'm Senator Dawn Keefer. I represent the 31st Senatorial District. I have recently been elected to the Senate, so my term started in January, and I am the Majority Chairwoman of the Local Government Committee. And this is something that's new to me, but I've always been involved in local government issues. Although they're seldom sexy to people, these are the issues that are front and foremost to your everyday life. They impact you the most. So these are really important that we get them right. We are lucky in Pennsylvania that we do have the Local Government Commission to help guide us, and that this is really their bailiwick, and they do a great job. We get a lot of work done. It's a bipartisan effort because, again, we're just trying to get local government right. So with that, it is my privilege to moderate the first panel that we have. The first presentation is going to be municipal financial safeguards. And while financial heists can make for good movies, the reality is much bleaker, particularly when the fraud comes to local officials trusted with our taxpayer dollars. In the last few years, we've seen news articles of these public servants arrested for tax evasion, bank fraud, and embezzlement, such as the township secretary who was charged with stealing over $500,000 from her township, a longtime borough manager caught in a mismanagement of funds case, and supervisors helping themselves to over $150,000 of township funds. So this panel will focus on financial safeguards that municipalities can take to better protect themselves from these incidents. Our first presenter is Nicole Beckett, the Associate Director for Public Service of Lafayette College's Mariner Center for the Study of State and Local Government. Brings over 20 years of Pennsylvania local government experience to her role at the Mariner Center. Beginning her career in data entry in 2001, she advanced through municipal finance and administrative positions to serve as borough manager of Lehighton Borough from 2011 to 2022. Since joining the Mariner Center in 2022, Nicole has served nearly 50 Pennsylvania municipalities through executive recruitments, organizational assessments, and consulting projects. The second presenter is Terry Kunkel, who has over 15 years experience in local government, serves as the Northwest Local Government Policy Specialist with the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, Governor's Center for Local Government Services. Terry formerly served as the administrator for a second-class township and as a DCED peer-to-peer. Thank you, Nicole and Terry, for sharing your experiences with us today. You can take it from here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I think Nicole and I have kind of decided that I'll go ahead and start with my presentation, and then she'll follow up with hers, and we're going to we'll kind of co-participate with each other as things arise and we talk about things. And just like the senator said, and with municipal theft, it's occurring more and more each day. We see it in the heart of DCED as a government specialist on the ground in the field, working through it. It's really become an issue, and it's really become coming to the forefront, especially with all the press lately. I think one of the things that I want to present on first is internal controls. And I wanted to share with you the internal controls presentation that we actually do for the newly elected officials or elected officials, because ultimately it begins and ends there. We don't remember the names of the people who committed fraud or theft. What we do remember, when we live in the area that's affected, we remember the names of the elected officials who served there, usually when this happened. So I'm going to go ahead and begin and share my PowerPoint. And I don't know if Chris is going to do that. I'm sorry, Chris, I should have asked you that in the beginning, or if I'm going to share the PowerPoint.
You should be good to go to share your PowerPoint.
Okay.
And if it gives you an issue, the settings should be correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks. When you're the first one, it's always working out all the glitches, right? Okay. First and foremost, internal controls. I'm gonna buzz over this, and like I said, Nicole and I are going to just kind of co-participate as things arise. In order to understand theft in municipal government, you've got to understand the basics of how it's occurring, and then we know from there the best practices. So we're just going to go over a few of these things in here and move forward with where it ends, where it begins, fraud overview, the types of fraud. First and foremost, internal fraud. Internal fraud, we know it occurs with employee misappropriation of funds and or property. A lot of it we see is payroll ghosting. And with that is, with the payroll ghosting, when we're operating in municipalities where they're in charge of their own time, they're in charge of their own timesheet with little oversight. I've seen it in the field up to someone was salaried at approximately $46,000 per year. In the last 5 years, it was discovered that it's over 80-some thousand being paid to that certain employee. Reimbursements, when you see the reimbursements, why to use my credit card, online bill payments, credit card purchases, and yes, fake audits and bonds. When you get bonded through a bond company, that person is the only person requesting the bond that they communicate with because of privacy. And we have had instances in the field where this person or these people have actually just copied and pasted a previous bond and then wrote a check and maybe paid for their insurance, and it looked like the check was being written. And as I say these things and we go over these things, then Nicole's going to really highlight on to like what could be done to prevent this. And this is going to be a little bit at the end of my presentation as well. But you've got to remember we have 2,557, soon to be 2,555 with the mergers, municipalities out there, and the majority of them are small. The majority of them are part-time staff with little to no oversight. So when I say ultimately it begins and ends with the elected officials, it's the knowledge that they have to have in local government to be able to review these finances, to look at them. And that's where we at the local government, at our center, are really trying to enhance the knowledge with that. Non-approved purchases are not, and they're not always monetary. In one instance, it was groceries and gas for years, groceries and gas. It all adds up. Like I said, not always just money. And of course, external fraud. It's when an individual outside the organization deceives an employee to gain misappropriated funds. Think of cyber theft attacks. They're really, really big right now. Ransomware. We really try to instill upon the officials and the employees of municipalities, these computers are not meant to get on Facebook. They're not meant to they're not meant to be utilized for anything other than government business. So that is a big one right now, where it's costing a lot of municipalities money, taxpayers' dollars in IT, because of the external fraud, and a lot of it is through cyber attacks. Committing fraud, we're going to go over that. We all are familiar with the pyramid of fraud. When is it committed? Motivation, opportunity, rationalization. I didn't get that raise. I'm going to pay that back. It was only a loan. And the opportunity, there's the big one, lack of internal controls, where the elected officials and or the management are just not in the game. And like I said, I'm just going to keep saying it. It begins and it ends with the elected officials. And of course, the motivation, personal, financial pressure, and addiction. When we read lately about all of the theft that's been occurring within municipal government, we see that a lot of it is a gambling issue. A lot of it is, some type of addiction. And then how does fraud happen? It's often with the abuse of power and trust. The employees gain that trust. They gain that trust with these elected officials that it's not going to operate without them. They're doing such a great job, and sometimes they radiate the overconfidence. And then they divide and conquer the staff and or the elected officials. I've seen it many times where elected officials aren't even speaking to each other because they're a house divided. And it elevates the ego of either an elected official and or a supervisor. One is, the lack of, here we are, we're going to talk about this a lot, the lack of proper controls or oversight. The employee recognizes that there is no segregation of duties, and or the officials in their management lack the knowledge. And there we go. There's the big one. They lack the knowledge. And so it begins. It's usually a first-time offender, and they're going to seize the opportunity. And like I said, you've got to remember the majority of our municipalities are small. They don't have the capacity or the finances to have oversight with segregation of duties, and we'll discuss that a little bit farther. The impacts of fraud, we're reading it in the headlines. The senator, everything that she said, we have read in the headlines here in the last, and more so in the last year. You never ever retrieve, a municipality never ever retrieves the full amount if they are bonded through a bond. A bond company is an insurance company. They're going to investigate every check. They're going to investigate every transaction, and they're only going to pay what that bonded person had a hand in. And it occurs over years sometimes. I had a small municipality where it occurred for over 8 years. The small municipality had $100,000 budget, and they managed to take almost, I think it was close to $500,000 over the years in a $100,000 budget, and even took out a loan. But once again, small municipalities, small capacity. And prosecution robs time. It takes time. If you remember when I talked to you about the groceries and the gas, charges were never pressed. Charges were never pressed because of the cost to press those charges and to prove. And we'll get into that a little bit. The increased audit costs are the next one. A forensic audit is a very, very expensive. It's a very expensive in a smaller municipality and or a larger municipality. It is a cost to the taxpayers. We always have to remember it's the taxpayers' dollars, and this is when we instruct our elected officials. It's the taxpayers' money. It's not their money. It's the taxpayers' money. And in the one municipality with a theft, it turned out to be almost $250 per capita in that municipality. It's a lot of money, $250 per capita. And it's the erosion of the employee morale and trust. It takes years and years, not only just employee and public mistrust, years and years to build back. Where it ends, the end result of fraud is bestowed upon the elected officials. Increased financial burdens for the taxpayers, public scrutiny, issues discovered for years to come. It just doesn't go away overnight with a bond payment check. It takes years to come out from underneath municipal theft. And it places a burden on the remaining or the new employees and or the elected officials. So one of the things we always like to tell our elected officials is don't sleep at the table, get in the game, learn, become knowledgeable. So where does it begin then? It begins here. Their constitutional oath. They all take one. They solemnly swear that they will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth, and they will discharge the duties of their office with fidelity. Here we have it. I'm not going to go over all of them, but third-class city, right in the third-class city code, proper management, care, and control of the city and its finances. You can see they're highlighted. Boroughs code, proper management, care, and control of the borough and its finances. Same thing in the first-class township. Same thing ensures sound fiscal management in the second-class township. Without money, they can't operate their municipalities. We all know that. And here's the other thing we always like to try to get across to elected officials. If you suspect fraud, you have to take action. It's not your money. Somebody took not just from one person or from you, but from every person who pays taxes within that municipality. Prevention. Prevention, knowledge. You can see it right there. Knowledge and education are the best aids in fraud prevention. It's just, we have to educate our elected officials. The steps that can be taken is to review and learn the local government laws, which is the codes, and the chart of accounts. The chart of accounts is so important in order to understand finances. And then register for trainings. DCED has just started a basic training series, and the municipal associations offer so many boot camps for newly elected officials because it's where it ends and where it begins. And then just a little overlay of what is the DCED chart of accounts. It's the numerical system that we use for accounting. It's how their audits are reported to DCED, and every audit is public. They should also have good reports, good, solid, simple reports when they get their financials. I always encourage a financial committee to review the finances so that they're just not presented at a meeting and they say, oh yeah, I approve. Things have to balance. These financial reports, not every elected official is a GFOA or have a background in accounting. They need to be able to understand them. And these are just simple examples that we give so that they can review the finances and see that there's a flow with ending balances and beginning balances and the way that we instruct them. They should be receiving a monthly bill check. They should know that they should make themselves aware of the vendors that they're working with. They need to know that invoices match expenses and that they should see those invoices. Here we go again. A finance committee is a good source that sometimes lacks in these municipalities. They need educated on those finances. They need to confirm and match all the finances, all the payments on the bill list with the invoices. And here we go, the online or the credit card payments. They should always have matching, they should match. The invoices should match. They need to set up expenditures for the employees for how much they're allowed to spend. There needs to be policies and procedures. At the Governor's Center for Local Government, that's one thing we always try to encourage is policies and procedures, lay the groundwork. They need to be aware of who their vendors are and what they supply so that when they see them on a bill list, is this someone we normally work with? And they need to familiarize, anticipate the recurrent revenues and expenses. It sounds like a lot for an elected official, and it is. But when you run for office, you take that oath, and there needs to be knowledge and education to understand that. What are some of the best practices that we try to teach in the field? That there should always be 2 elected officials and 1 bonded person should always sign the checks. When we talk about segregation of duties, ideally, we want someone who is recording the deposits not to take that deposit to the bank. Someone else should be taking that to that bank. Someone else should be paying the expenses and someone else should be reviewing the expenses. But unfortunately, in reality, in these smaller municipalities, there's not the capacity. There's not, and Nicole's going to go over that a little bit here later on, like how do we work through that capacity? And always the online bill payments in one of my municipalities that the theft was uncovered, the administrator was actually paying their electric bill along with the municipality's electric bill online. They just thought their electric bill was going up because they were never looking at invoices. And here we go, the big one, set up the finance committee, and we really encourage them to review financials prior to a meeting, not at the meeting, prior to a meeting. And here we go, look for the red flags, sloppy or poor bookkeeping, inability to produce records, delayed audits. You saw on the one screen earlier where is sloppy record keeping fraud, stay tuned. Like the senator kind of alluded to, it can be. And there's been precedents set. I just got notice there that my PowerPoint's not being showed. No one can see it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Terry, I don't see it. I don't want to interrupt you, but it's not showing.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't know that the PowerPoint was not showing. Thank you.
It's okay. We'll send the slides out.
Perfect.
Digitally
Perfect. There's not really much on the, just everything that we're going over. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. So anyway, look for red flags. The PowerPoint will be available to you. Anyway, best practices always are to reduce the chances of fraud. Different people, like we said, sign off the bank deposits, go to the bank, reconcile the accounts. But like we said, that is not really, that's the ideal world. But unfortunately, the ideal world is not. It's not out there. We have to work through it. Employee expense limits should always be set up. Computers are to be used for business only. Just a recap of everything I said. All financial records should be concise and easy to understand for the elected officials. If a long-term trusted employee leaves, right there, the biggest one we see, a long-term trusted employee leaves. The years of people staying 20 years, 24 years, 25 years and doing a good job, they're gone. Those people are gone, the people are coming, they're going, and then time often leads, that trusted time leads to a lack of oversight. So bad habits need to be broken when new employees come along. And how's that happen? If we go back to knowledge, knowledge is the key to success. And passwords should be accessible by at least 2 people. In one of my municipalities, was this fraud. Disgruntled administrator left, locked down everything, every password, everything. $17,000 in IT to be able to get that municipality back up and running. And audits. Audits need to be evaluated, audits need to be reviewed, the elected officials need to see the audits. People will say to me, well, in the second class township, you can have, and sometimes in burrs, you can have the elected auditors auditing the books, and they're an elected official. They may not know really and people how to audit, but people will say to me, oh, well, I'm sure all the theft is occurring in these municipalities with the elected auditors. No, it's occurring when CPAs are auditing too. You have to remember the CPAs are only auditing what they're given. If somebody's if somebody has a mind that to take money, it's a whole different mindset. I always say that after working with these municipalities where theft has occurred, I never had a mind of taking anything, but you can see now how it happens, and you can watch the patterns and see how it does happen, and you get that mind. So my red flags go off a lot, unfortunately. Provide cybersecurity training for all your employees and the elected officials as well, with access to computers. And elected officials and appointed should take advantage of all training and available. And one of the things that I always tell all my elected officials is this: always be inquisitive, never accusatory. Not everyone's stealing. We get the highlights, we get all the news stories about how this has taken place, but you've got to remember, over 2,500 municipalities, well, one, we're probably not seeing all the theft that is out there, but two, we see what's in the news. We see the ones that do occur. So not everyone's stealing, but we've got to remember transparency. Transparency is the biggest thing with municipal government. We all know that, transparency. And we need to teach the administrative staff, the treasurers, the CFOs to be transparent and to be open to questions. And we need to have the people asking the questions not to be always accusatory, and build those relationships. That's part of it as well. In government, we all know that. So, and I am sorry that PowerPoint did not get shared. It will be, like Chris said, it will be available. Nicole does have her PowerPoint that might get shared, and I am so not accustomed to Zoom anymore. I am so accustomed to Teams and sharing, so I apologize for that, because it's a great PowerPoint, but you all have a copy, and then Nicole and I will be available here for questions at the end.
That's great, Terry. Thank you very much. And I think providing that that PowerPoint, will get that out to everybody. That'll be just as valuable, honestly. So, Nicole, with that, if you'd like to begin.
Sure. Everybody can hear me okay? And you can see my PowerPoint? Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. So I'm going to go over my PowerPoint, and I'm also I have 4 different stories to tell, because I think the stories are very important to hear what can happen. We're talking about everything that we can do to prevent it, but let's talk about what can happen. So the stories are pretty impactful. I made sure of that. We have story number 1, the $3.2 million embezzlement. A township manager with 20 years of service and a 6-figure salary stole $3.2 million over 8 years. She was not desperate. She was not unknown. She was trusted. Her schemes ranged from simple to sophisticated, paying herself directly from the general fund without recording it, claiming 3,612 hours in 1 year. That would be 10 hours every single day for 365 consecutive days. When dual signatures were required, she created a stamp. She disguised personal payments as vendor bills. She charged nearly $700,000 to the credit cards for designer clothes, jewelry, trips to Italy, France, and Las Vegas. The township spent over $1 million in legal fees and forensic accounting. They recovered about 85% and an usually high rate, but only after years of crisis management, public PAC meetings, and furious residents, and complete operational disruption. The supervisors wrote in their victim impact statement, "This upended lives and careers. It destroyed trust in our local government and smeared the good names of innocent volunteers, public officials, and service providers." So the controls, she had near unilateral control. Required dual signatures, she made the stamp. Oversight reviews, she created what investigators call the intentionally confusing system, which appeared to be a safeguard, but actually hid the fraud. State auditors had reviewed the books and did not catch it. And this is why we emphasize that safeguards aren't just about catching the bad actors. They're about systems where one person cannot control everything from the authorization to execution to reconciliation. As public servants, we have to be proud of what we do. We have to have that at our core, the public service feel. We have to know why we're there. So part of what the Minor Center does is we assist municipalities to make them more effective and efficient. And one of the processes that we facilitate is executive recruitments. So we see this all too often in transitions and people coming and going. There is the safeguard in investing in the right people. The true cost of vacancy and turnover, learning curves do cost money. There's compliance risks that go along with that. You have that lost institutional knowledge, people that have been there for a long time, taking everything that they have in their brain and leaving. And it's often difficult to have elected officials understand the importance of the competition in the field, the supply and demand crisis of these professionals. So with that, turnover costs can often exceed the salary savings that you would spend to have the right person in the position. Hiring and appointing for competency is so important. Qualifications, we want to know what they are versus just the attitude of we will train them, because who will train them and what does proper training actually look like? Is proper training showing somebody how to do something? Or is it actually investing in professional development? Well, it's the latter. It's investing in professional development. Those certifications matter. Municipal finance is not just bookkeeping. Municipal finance is much more. There's that oversight. There's the understanding. There's the strategy that goes behind finance. And just because a person is available, it doesn't mean they're qualified. So with that, I'll go into another story. Recently, I was assisting a municipality and discovered that the finance director was managing nearly $40 million, and they didn't even understand basic municipal accounting. The person had been promoted from clerk to treasurer to finance director. Each promotion made sense administratively, but she had never received any financial training. The previous manager had even written, "I know that this position will be a challenge. Good luck," then provided no support. When I inquired about professional development, I was told taking classes during work hours would require paying that time back. And within a short time, termination had to be recommended just because of the risk and liability to that township. Not because that person was a bad person, because the system had set them up to fail. The consequences in all of that, there was lapsed workers' comp, outstanding bills, incorrect state filings, and in all of that, a $30,000 salary increase based on a flaw comparison study. So that just because they're available does not mean that they're qualified. And then we have the safeguards, retention as risk management. Having the right people in the right seats on the bus is very important. Market rate compensation prevents costly turnover. You have to keep up with the times. And in a day where public service is not at the forefront of many professionals' minds, we want to be able to keep those who are doing a good job. Professional development equals compliance investment. Career pathways retain skilled staff. Salary savings create error costs. And Terry touched on it before, creating a culture of inquiry versus criticism is very, very important. Questions will catch errors early, but criticism will drive problems underground. The psychological safety and staff members knowing that they can admit they made a mistake, that will equal fraud prevention. And encouraging your staff to say, "I do not understand." Remember, we do not know what we do not know. We say that all the time out there, and that goes from the elected officials to the staff members. If you do not know, that's exactly it, is you do not know. So it is important to encourage questions. It's important to have systems in place where elected officials can ask questions freely, but in a way that is not criticism. And then also we talk a lot about bridging learning curves. Mentorship programs, they're few and far between. They're necessary, and they need to be happening long before retirements occur. Peer networks for one-person offices is very important, and your network in whole, making sure that you know who you can call when you have questions. And then also, it's important for municipalities to understand that there are interim professionals out there. There are people who can help, and they need to use those with strategy. Next, we have the safeguards. So we have investing in the right people, and now we're moving on to systems that support success. So in governance, having written financial policies, having multi-year forecasting and capital planning, debt affordability studies, regular policy updates, having early warning systems in place and monitoring. So cash flow forecasting, staff turnover is a warning sign. If your staff is coming and going, there's a warning sign there. Monitor indicators before audits are occurring. And with that, I'll lead into another story. So I once worked at a municipality that had a $20 million budget where audits had lapsed for 5 years. Not because anyone was stealing, but because everyone was being told the audits were being worked on. This municipality had historically hired engineers as managers, smart people with infrastructure expertise, but not strong financial backgrounds. The treasurer kept assuring everyone the audits were in progress. And meanwhile, 3 staff members were handling bookkeeping, none properly trained in municipal accounting. They did not know what they did not know. Nobody was pushing for professional development. And basically, day to day, they were just surviving because of the pace of that municipality. Financial reports on the surface looked fine, and elected officials genuinely did not know what questions to ask. DCED flagged the audit gap because of grant compliance requirements. When the 5-year audit was finally completed, it revealed chaos, inconsistent procedures changing month to month, gaps in the documentation, and no knowledge transfer. One of the first things that I had told staff members was, if you're going to do something, do it consistently. That way we can track it, understand it, and identify where we need to make improvements. This scenario is multiplying across Pennsylvania right now. We have 2,500 municipalities, longtime treasurers with 15 to 30 years of experience retiring, and there is not a pool of experienced people ready to replace them. When I eventually left that municipality, I was the only person with strategic, comprehensive understanding of their systems. Despite the documentation and training, institutional knowledge takes years to build. That has to be recognized. What would have prevented that gap with the audit? A finance committee that did not accept is being worked on as an answer. A compliance calendar tracking required deadlines. Training for at least one council member in basic municipal finance. Investment in professional development for staff as a necessity, not a luxury. And succession planning that does not wait until the retirement day. Investing in developing the next generation of municipal finance professionals is so important. And I really believe that's why the work of the Minor Center, the work of DCED is so critical. Again, continuing on with safeguards, systems that support success, engaging in expertise when needed, investing in professional development. Knowing your insurance coverage is important. Know what's available. Know the why of the insurance and what it covers. And then creating that culture of transparency and accountability. Document decisions and rationale. Transparency deters problems. Leadership models ethical behavior. And we should celebrate catches, not punish questions. Municipalities everywhere are struggling. Again, we have so many in this Commonwealth, and a lot of things can go wrong on any given day. So I think it's really important to be thinking about this and understand that there's resources available, and asking questions is okay. And I have one final story I'll go into as I go into the small municipalities. So early in my career, I stepped into a municipality still reeling from a $100,000 fraud. The real story really was not the fraud itself. It's what happened when they failed to fix the systems and the culture. 2 employees stole $100,000 from their sanitation fund over 7 years. They had all 3 elements of the fraud triangle: personal financial pressure, opportunity from zero segregation of duties, and the rationalization that they'll pay it back. This municipality had money. I'm underpaid. The borough ultimately had some sort of restitution, but never recovered the full amount, and ultimately had to take a loan to cover that balance of what was stolen. And here's the rest of the story. They thought that catching those perpetrators fixed the problem. Well, it didn't. That council split into warring factions. A few years later, they hired a new secretary and they fired her for aligning with the wrong faction. Federal jury found 3 council members illegally, fired them, and a jury awarded over $230,000. Multiple lawsuits flew in all directions. Instead of transparency and accountability, the culture became retaliation and finger pointing. This municipality was dealing with the bond from the original fraud, multiple lawsuits, a complete broken culture of distrust, and elected officials who had learned to fight each other versus governing together. The direct total cost was exceeded $500,000, 5 times the amount of that original theft. The hidden costs, years of council time consumed by litigation. Instead of governance, staff turnover, there was the complete erosion of trust and the lost economic development opportunities. So this is why catching the bad actors is only 10% of that solution. The other 90% is building systems and culture that prevent that next crisis. Having the segregation of duties, having elected officials review bank statements, having professional boundaries between the political disagreements and personnel decisions, along with removing any kind of place for discretion. We want to make sure that financial procedures are clear and they make sense. Creating trust in that municipality took a long time. And, it took those who were dedicated to public service to do that. So I think those 4 stories are really impactful when you look at the big picture. These are not theories. This is really happening in Pennsylvania. We have the small municipalities, 1 person in a finance office, creating those vulnerabilities. That vacancy, if they are to leave, then what happens? Who steps in? That's an immediate crisis. You're losing institutional knowledge. You're also losing trust in somebody you may have had for a long time. So there are strategies for small governments, such as shared services and regional partnerships, which is something DCED can help you with. There's also understanding what appropriate scale technology is and technical assistance, the resources that are available. Also, as it applies to staffing, a part-time professional who has experience can bring a lot more to the table than somebody who is unqualified full-time. And understanding that there's 2,500 local governments and 2,500 are different, making it work at the scale of which the municipality is at is really important. So targeting the highest risk areas first, leveraging regional partnerships, doing the right things well, and focusing on effectiveness over completeness. We have the financial stewardship in the political environment. Elected officials come and go. They have terms. But our finances, the planning, they require long-term planning. We need to understand our revenues, to understand what can actually be done. And also understanding that today's decisions equal tomorrow's obligations. For finance professionals out there, the weight that they carry it's heavy on their shoulders. So it's important for them to understand that they can speak up when necessary, that they can document decisions, that they can present the options with consequences. And when being faced with questions, being able to say no or that won't work and why is very important for them. Terry had covered on this significantly. For the elected officials, there is a responsibility. They are stewards of the finances of their municipality, not just representatives. There is legal accountability for the decision-making. Deferrals become crisis, and honest explanations build trust. Trust and respect go really far, and building that takes time, and it's important to keep it when you have it. So supporting good governance together, transparency enables informed decisions, planning reduces crisis management, professional advice supports leadership, and having healthy tension will lead to better outcomes. All too often we want to save money. So understanding there is a cost behind saving money if you're not investing in your teams. False economies create real risks. So underpaying can lead to errors and turnover and fraud risk. Skipping that training or professional development can lead to violations and missed opportunities. Figuring it out. that could ultimately lead into missed deadlines and costly mistakes. And punishing questions can lead to hidden problems and audit surprises. So when we look at it, smart investment is mitigating risk. Competitive pay attracts competence. Professional development maintains compliance. Expertise prevents expensive mistakes. And communication catches problems early. What is the actual cost of savings if you have litigation, if you have an audit finding that triggers oversight needed, if you miss a grant deadline? What are the costs of that if reports aren't filed, or there's these errors that are made? Ultimately, they cost money. So the big picture is that safeguards are not just about catching the bad actors. They're about creating systems where good people can do good work, mistakes get caught early, and municipalities are positioned for long-term stability rather than crisis management. I hope that the presentation that we had today covered what you need to hear and need to know, and I know we're opening it up for questions and answers. Thank you for having us both here to present today. It's an honor.
I will just add one thing, Nicole, there too, when you're talking about, with the safeguards. And to put it into simple terms, sometimes we all get caught up in, we step over that quarter to save that nickel. Especially when it comes to the administrative staff. Sometimes in the municipalities, they gear themselves more to the public works, public safety, and we kind of cut corners a little bit on the administrative staff.
Senator Kiefer, before we turn it over to you to coordinate the question and answer period, I just want to jump in and announce our second code word for the CLE credits for this session. The second code word is Michaels. You're going to detect a theme today of Pennsylvania musicians. So that's our second code word. If anybody needs clarification on the first one, let me know in the chat. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Kiefer. Thanks so much for coordinating this, and thank you to Terry and Nicole for your presentations.
Sure. Thank you. So, Nicole, one of the things that you said that jumped out at me was peer-to-peer networks for one-person offices. As you discussed, we have over 2,500 municipalities, and a lot of times these are a one-person operation. So that peer-to-peer networks, which is a term I am not familiar with. What does that look like? Is that their association, getting into that bank of best practices, or is that working with neighbor municipalities?
It could be all of the above, really.
Okay.
I know DCED has the peer network or the peer program where you have experienced professionals going out and training new staff members. So it can be that, or it is exactly being involved with the Association of Pennsylvania Municipal Managers, or the Boroughs Association, Township Association, or the local consortiums. Really just making sure that you're connected to the network and that you know where to turn with questions. I can tell you that one of my most valuable resources in my entire career has been my network.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Because you don't, like you said, you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of these municipalities, right, they're hiring who's available, not who's qualified, because they're lacking applicants, and that person, and even having that network helps you find those people sometimes. But I know when I first was elected into the House, shortly after local municipal supervisors had gotten elected, and they said, "Oh, what do I do?" And I said, well, first thing you should do, right, is go to the Pennsylvania Township Supervisors Association and go through their crash course and they said, oh, somebody said they didn't do it because they were a legislative staffer and they didn't need to. I said, well, listen, I'm an elected official, but I don't know second class township code, right? You don't know what you don't know. And you have to get, you need that crash course. So so maybe this is a question for you, Terry. How do you get that information, not only to the elected officials, but also to the staff? Are you communicating with those municipalities regularly with, hey, here are some resources available or trainings available that you really should be engaging with?
Absolutely. With DCED, like Nicole mentioned, we do have our peer-to-peer program to assist with technical assistance. but also to, there's 6 government specialists in the field, along with our planning team as well. And we try to touch base with all of our municipalities, and it's a large task.
Right.
And we've recently just kicked off our basic local government 101 trainings. It's all done at no cost. It's virtual. And it's basic. We've done budget and finance. We've done the chart of accounts. We are doing, how to apply for a grant through the system. And hopefully, and we're trying to engage with our municipalities, and we've had some huge success here, and some huge feedback on how they're really appreciating it. So it's baby steps. I always say we can lead the horse to water. Sometimes we can't make them drink, and unfortunately, then at DCD, we're there to help pick up the pieces when they're not drinking.
I was gonna say, yeah, and usually you're getting it at the tail end before they have, after they haven't done what they should do structurally, then they're engaging with you, like, how do we fix it?
Right.
If
Yeah, and I think too that, and like you all have alluded to, then our training is just basic, and we want to push them to their associations because they hold all the elected officials trainings, and really get that detailed training then from your associations that are so important in this piece of the puzzle.
And then best
Coming-
practices.
Right.
Coming from an academic setting, we always try to make it that we're educating. We're out there educating, and we know the importance of that. So I always take that stance that we understand one day you're a normal citizen, and then you're elected into office, and now all of a sudden you're a policymaker. And we try to really make it that we understand that, and that we can answer all the questions if you want to ask them. DCED has some excellent resources in their handbooks and their manuals. I know you mentioned in my bio that I've been in this since 2001. And one of the first things that I had done, because I'm curious, was start to search the things I needed to know. And those handbooks and guides have been a reference for me since that time. But it's really interesting. I started to realize in the last couple of years, professionals don't even know about them. So I'm always sharing that information and referring them to the links that provide the resource in those handbooks, because it really is the foundation for all of us.
Right. And as an elected official, I'll have municipalities reach out to me with questions, or employees of that municipality asking questions. And then that's when I usually lead them back to DCD, which they're completely unaware of those resources and services. So as an elected official at the state level, I've been trying to hold events where I invite all my municipalities in and then present all of the different resources that are available to them, or whether it be their association or the state DCED. Here's some things and places you can engage. And some of this is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. This has already been done, right? Here are processes and procedures. That's your first step, right? You got to put those in place. But if, again, you don't know what you don't know that you should put those in place first.
And I think I just want to add one thing when you asked Nicole about the peer-to-peer network, and in my presentations, I always say in local government, it's about building those relationships, whether it's with your neighboring municipality, your senators, your representatives. You need to build relationships to stay in the know. Because like you say, we say it all the time too, you don't know what you don't know, but relationships help you stay in the know.
Right. And you could even get into sharing resources at that point as well, right? If you're a really small municipality, which I have a lot of those, right? That's where you could maybe share those experts and then share the costs. So there are a lot of options available, just needing them to engage. And again, in the elected officials, once you get elected, a lot of them just think, okay, here I am. I'm just showing up to vote at that, township supervisors meeting without knowing what they're looking at. And a lot of times that's when you get into where you have your solicitor running the show or your engineer running the show, and they're not financial people. They're not accounting. So there are a lot of gaps.
Throughout my career, I always tried to make it known that I was a human, right? And humans make mistakes and we have things happen, but we want to be approachable.
Yes.
Because again, whether it's new staff members or elected officials, we want them to be able to ask questions, and being human will help in that.
And I like your, both of you had said, ask questions, don't accuse, right? Because a lot of times it's not a nefarious or, somebody trying to be mischievous. It's ask those questions. You get more information that way. and a better understanding of whether it be staff or somebody, a vendor that you've hired, as opposed to accusatory, where communication just kind of blocks, shuts down at that point.
You build a stronger bridge.
Yes, I agree with that for sure. And again, I just go back to a lot of those processes and procedures just aren't in place, just because they don't know until it crumbles. I don't want to monopolize all of this. Does anybody have any questions for Terry or Nicole?
I do not have anybody with a raised hand or a question sent to me, but now's a great time to put up your raised hand if you do have a question, or you can send me a chat directly. I did have one person point out that I spelled Brett wrong for our Pennsylvania musician, so we're off to a terrible start in that regard. But that's not one for the
Well, Chris, I kicked it off with not even sharing my PowerPoint, so that was the first faux pas there. How about that?
Mistakes are okay.
And I just want to add one other thing on there, which was, I thought you guys did a great job of pointing out about these long-term trusted employees, right? You get into these habits because they're so good. The reports are so on point. And then when they leave, that vacuum exists that's there. Even prior to that, if you have a long-term trusted employee, now's a great time because you have that luxury of time and trust to see, hey, what processes and procedures, protocols are in place, right? Just to know that, hey, at least that part of it's in place when the next person comes in to better understand it. I wouldn't have thought about that, because you just, again, you kind of get comfortable, maybe a little lazy when you have that great employee that's trusted and everything's just on point with every report that they submit.
Oh, I've had them be so trusted that they literally signed blank checks.
Oh, yes.
So they didn't have to go into the office during, between meetings to pay bills.
Yes.
We have a really great question in the chat that I'm going to forward, and if this person wants to come on camera and ask, they're welcome to. But the question was, how can an assistant or deputy controller get reports out of the controller if the controller is not willing? I think this is a pretty interesting question. And then I have another question after that.
Do you want to jump in, Nicole, or do you want
I'll
me
let
to
you
there?
start, Terry.
The problem is, Chris, is when they are elected controllers and elected officials, you're at their mercy. We see this more than not, and we see home rule being explored more than not because of to try to change the structure of government to move away from the elected positions like the controllers and things like that. It is very, very difficult when it is an elected position. I wish I had a better answer, but like we said, it's about building those relationships, maybe sitting down at a table, trying to discuss, what this is creating, what the problem is, and try to be, like we talked about, trying to build the relationships with not being accusatory, but for the greatest good, for the greatest number of people in your municipality.
And explaining the important reports are important, and explaining why it's important for all to know what the details are within them, especially in a day where transparency and accountability is huge. Doesn't mean you'll be successful, but explaining the why is always very important.
Would a right to know request apply? I mean, I know that takes time, but it's an avenue.
It is.
I mean, that's not certainly how you want to manage your government, but
I wonder if, the other elected officials asking questions too could be helpful versus a staff member.
yes.
Unfortunately, Nicole, sometimes in these situations, I've had that they feel they parallel each other, that they're both elected officials with the same, with the same power, the same rights. And I think, just to follow up with what the senator, it's, let's sit down and talk about this. And, and if not, right to know request.
All right. And the second question that I have on the chat is from Joy. She asked, do you have examples of shared services for municipal financial management?
I have a lot of examples of shared services for municipal financial management. You know, more and more in your smaller municipalities, there's multiple administrators, you know, working in the same municipalities. Some of the municipalities are actually, you know, going together with a third party, you know, financial manager. You see it a lot in finances because it's getting harder and harder to sustain in that position. A lot of people, there is a negative side to it though, because it takes away that little bit of control, you know, in-house, and a lot of people are they're afraid to take that plunge or that leap. But here we go. Like the senator said, like Nicole said, you need policies and procedures when it comes to those kind of things. That really needs to be spelled out. I don't know if you want to add anything, Nicole. But before we go on, we see a lot even more so now in different positions, you know, code enforcement, things like that, economic development, but finances is a big one now.
Finance, I'm seeing it more and more. It seems as these longtime treasurers are retiring or, you know, moving on. That's often the time when we're brought in from the minor center to assist, and we'll do an org assessment at that point in time, usually resulting in the council manager form of government as a recommendation, depending on the situation. But there are a lot of resources out there. So I think between Terry and I, we definitely have some tools. And, you know, I'm seeing more and more where municipalities are going with that third party accounting service as their solution.
All right.
There's no capacity. I'm sorry, Chris. I'll just follow up there with there's no capacity to even hire. We are helping to do, you know, with hirings, and I actually have a county right now that we are. DCED is funding an economic and development coordinator, a grant writer through the STAMP program. And we are now put out 4 times now for an advertisement for a qualified person. When we talk, Nicole's shaking her head. We are re-advertising for the 4th time. And each time we advertise, we get 1 to 2 non-qualified candidates.
And that even pertains to managers. We handle a lot of manager recruitments, and we're handling recruitments in you know, more progressive areas to see our candidate pools are so low. You know, you're seeing maybe 10 applicants for manager positions with decent salaries attached to them. So it's definitely concerning, and, you know, part of the passion in lying in helping with the next generation and encouraging those to come into this field.
And I'll follow up with that. I think one of the things, Nicole, is I think everyone on this call and everyone here today, we're all some type of government nerd, or we wouldn't be here because we love government. Chris, I see Chris smiling there. But those we're having a hard time finding those people in the newer generation.
We did have one hand raised, I think, David. Do you want to unmute and ask your question?
Yeah, I as a mayor of a small borough, it's typically, well, that couldn't happen to us. How do you get the word past the gatekeepers of what's valuable and what's not? Especially, you know, in a smaller municipality, probably some larger municipalities, somebody gets hired and the extent of the work they think they need to put in is that meeting that can't run over an hour once a month. Everything here seems academic if there's nobody that's going to put the time in or say, I wonder if that's happening to us. I bet a lot of stuff would show up if that attitude or that hurdle could be gotten over. Can somebody speak to that?
And David, that's where I'll just say that you heard both Nicole and I say education, knowledge, the elected officials. We can lead them to the water, but we can't make them drink. And there's so many programs and opportunities out there to you know, to learn and drink. But it's unfortunate we don't have the whip and the chains.
And I think it's important to mention, you know, our mission at the center is to help local government be more effective and efficient, but the help has to be wanted. So if it is wanted, bringing a third party in to have those conversations, we're always open to having conversations in that way, to make that understood is there is help available. So is your question more pertaining to staff members, like not participating beyond, like only really doing the basics, or is it on the elected official side?
It would be both, because it seems like the damage that was described is done on both sides, both the elected officials and the staff-filled positions.
The bulk of my career was in borough government, and I have to say boroughs seem to have unique challenges in themselves. So really, sometimes the best approach could be getting the third party involved, or the person who has the experience, such as Terry or myself, to be able to say, this is, here is what needs to be done, and here's why it needs to be done. And talking about those failures or talking about the stories of the things that happen, like I gave you the 4 stories today, I think it's important to share those.
I'd like to make a quick comment and thank Terry for the work she's doing with helping PA-COG. I'm also a member of that for our local COG. And we appreciate the stuff that DCE, those letters do.
You know what, I will say one thing too, a lot of your COGs, some of your COGs are really venturing into, when we talk about shared services, they are venturing into the financial piece of it too as well. They're administering the finances for several of their members. So the COGs are a real good resource for shared services, even financial shared services.
Thank you.
All right. I want to thank everybody for participating today. And thank you, Terry and Nicole. You guys are a wealth of knowledge, and I would encourage everybody to tap into the resources that they have offered. And again, offer those to your municipalities and engage in the different services that are available.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to everyone. This was a really great session. I really appreciate it. We had one last thing that came in from Jonas. He just wanted to mention that DCED does a lot of pro bono work, and that's really a helpful thing too. And we will take a moment here to get reorganized. We're going to have our next session coming up at 11 a.m. That's going to be talking about community benefit agreements. And we're just going to take a minute to get our presenters set up, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. So thanks for being here at the symposium. Appreciate you sticking around. Good morning and welcome back. We're going to get ready to start our second session. Senator Carney, welcome onto the screen, and our presenters for the second session. You're welcome to go ahead and turn your cameras on and join us as well. We're excited to have you. Couple quick housekeeping things. Once again, I want to remind you that we are recording today's symposium. It'll be up on our YouTube page probably sometime next week. And for our attorneys who are applying for CLE credit, remember that we're going to be handing out code words during each of the sessions. That's a requirement for our online provider. When you fill out the form for your credits at the end of the day, it'll just ask for the code words. Speaking of the code words for the second session, I have the first one for you, and it is Taylor. Oh my background's trying to eat it. You'll get an idea for what the theme of our day here is a little bit. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Carney.
Thank you, Chris. And good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Carney. I am a state senator representing the 26th district here in Delaware County. I got I'm sort of an odd bird in Harrisburg. I'm an architect. I had a 35-year career as an architect before I sort of took a sort of an odd left turn. But in my borough where I live, we got involved locally because I do believe that all politics are local. First through pro bono projects that we did around the borough. I served 11 years on the planning commission, part of that as the chair, and then was elected mayor. I ran unopposed, which was I highly recommend to anybody in politics. And then was in my second term when I ran for the Senate, and that I did not run unopposed, but I did manage to win. I have been involved with the commission and with the local government committee in the Senate since I got to Harrisburg from in 2019. I was the Democratic chair on the local government committee, and I've stayed involved with local government very much on purpose, mainly because I'm completely confident that it is the most nonpartisan segment of the government that we have in Harrisburg, and have had just really rewarding experience working with the commission, working with my colleagues on the commission and on the committee. So with that being said, welcome back for our next presentation, which is community benefits agreements. Growth and development are paramount to the health of a municipality. However, managing community development requires a delicate balance by the municipality. And one tool to help with this balance are community benefit agreements, which can be tailored to meet the specific needs of the host community and to address the specific impacts of a project. This panel will discuss these agreements, both from the developer and municipal perspectives. With us, we have Ramani Webb. She's a deputy director of the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law and holds appointments as a research scholar at Columbia Law School, an adjunct associate professor of climate at the Columbia Climate School, and a senior advisor on climate science at the Columbia Graduate School of Journalism. The Sabin Center maintains a database of community benefit agreements covering a broad range of projects from offshore drilling to sports arenas. With us also, we have Sam Weiser, who has provided comprehensive legal services in the area of municipal law, zoning and land use, environmental law, and general litigation for 19 years, and serves as the chair of Saltzman Hughes PC's Municipal Practice Group, which represents over 100 municipalities throughout the Commonwealth. In addition to serving as a solicitor and special counsel to many municipalities and authorities, Sam also frequently serves as a guest speaker and presents for the various municipal associations. Thank you, Sam and Ramani, for joining us today. And it's all yours.
Great, thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Professor Carney, or Senator Carney, and thank you, Professor Webb, for being part of this event today.
Sam, I think I was going to go first. So I'll just set my slides up here. Hopefully you all can see that. Well, thanks so much, Senator, for the introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today about community benefits agreements. I am, as the Senator said, based at Columbia University, where I help to lead the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law. We are an academic think tank that works to develop new legal tools to address climate change. And I will put in a quick plug. We have an initiative that's called our Cities Climate Law Initiative that works specifically with local governments looking to advance action on climate change. So if anyone's interested in learning more about that, please do reach out. Today, I'm going to talk about some of the work we've been doing at the Sabin Center around community benefits agreements, or what I'll refer to for short as CBAs. And I want to start by just defining what a CBA is, because I find that's a very misunderstood term. When I talk about CBAs, I'm talking about a legally binding contract between a developer on one side and a community group or local government on the other side. Sometimes when the counterparty is a local government, these agreements are called host community agreements or public CBAs. And sometimes the term private CBA is used to refer to agreements between a developer and some non-governmental community group. But they are all, sort of broadly speaking, the same thing. In all of these agreements, the project developer promises to provide some specific benefit to the community, and in exchange, the community agrees to support the project or at least not oppose the project. And these promises are, as I said, set out in a legally binding contract. So at least in theory, if the developer, for example, doesn't hold up its end of the bargain, the community can enforce the contract. And it's that enforceability that distinguishes CBAs from some of the other benefit sharing frameworks that you all might have heard of. So some of you might have heard, for example, of community benefits plans or CBPs. These were talked about a lot during the Biden administration because at that time, the Department of Energy and some other federal agencies required applicants for federal funding to include in their funding applications a community benefits plan that would outline how the developer would work with and hopefully positively impact the local community. These plans were taken into account by the Department of Energy in making its funding decisions, but they weren't directly enforceable by the community that they were intended to benefit. And so they didn't raise to the level of a community benefits agreement. I will just flag that this community benefits program no longer exists. It's been eliminated by the Trump administration, but we do continue to see a real interest in benefit sharing at the state and local level. And so we're seeing a growing number of states that have legislation that actually mandates community benefits agreements for certain types of development projects. This table shows some examples from the New England region, but many other states and even some local governments have similar mandates. As you can see, generally speaking, the legislation mandates CBAs for certain categories of projects, and the mandates are particularly common for energy projects. But the sort of form and nature of the requirements can vary quite a bit across states. There is, I would say, a lot of support within the general public for these sorts of CBA requirements. And that is why we are seeing more and more of the states adopt these sorts of CBA mandates. So a couple of years ago now, an organization called Data for Progress did some polling that found that 80% of voters supported the idea of community benefits agreements for development projects. And this level of support was consistent really across the political spectrum. There has also been some polling done about how developers feel about community benefits agreements. Last year, the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in California did a survey specifically of renewable energy developers to learn about the challenges they were dealing with in siting their facilities. And the developers were asked a series of questions about community engagements and benefit sharing. And approximately 83% of developers reported that building community support and sharing benefits through these community benefits agreements was, in their view, feasible. Having said that, community benefits agreements are certainly not universally loved. Concerns have been expressed about developers using CBAs to sort of quote unquote buy out or buy off communities. There have been instances where developers have been accused of only engaging with sort of a subset of the community that they know is already likely to support their project and so are likely to make minimal demands of them. And in those instances, developers can get away with making very minimal commitments, but then can hold up the existence of the CBA as proof that they're putting the community first and really trying to work with communities when they're not doing that in a good faith way. There have also been examples of developers making very significant commitments in CBAs and then not following through and not sort of making payments and other things that they were required to do. On the flip side, there are others who say that CBAs allow communities really to delay or block projects that they don't like. Some have characterized, you see here, CBAs as a form of greenmail or blackmail, an opportunity for communities to sort of extort developers. So given all of this, a couple of years ago now, the Sabin Center conducted a study looking at the use of CBAs and how we can sort of get the most out of them. And so we really wanted to understand with this work how to structure CBAs in a way that delivers real benefits to communities, while at the same time ensuring we don't sort of prevent or delay needed projects from moving forward. And so we started by compiling a set of example CBAs, which we've made publicly available in an online database that we continue to maintain and add to. We now have, I think, about 65 or 66 example community benefits agreements for a wide variety of projects, as the Senator said. Many of them are energy-related projects, particularly renewable energy projects, but we also have CBAs in there around waste management facilities like landfills, transportation projects, retail developments, and other things as well. In addition to compiling all of these example CBAs, we also conducted interviews with attorneys and others who had been involved in negotiating and drafting CBAs. And based on those interviews and other research, we developed this best practice guide for community benefits agreements. And the best practice guide outlines 35 recommendations for negotiating and drafting CBAs, both for developers and also for community groups. So I want to look at quickly a few of the recommendations. This is a partial list of our recommendations around negotiating CBAs. I won't go through these in detail, but I will just quickly flag a few points. First, for developers, one thing that's very important is when a developer approaches a local government or a community, it's important that they frame the discussions around mitigating impacts rather than buying support. That, I think, sounds very obvious to many people, but it's something we were told over and over again in these interviews that many developers really aren't doing. Developers also really need to prioritize meeting with neighbors of the project because they will, of course, be the ones who are most impacted by it. And it's important to have those conversations with neighbors, even where they don't support the project. And so that brings me to the last point here under the recommendations for developers. It's really important that they be sort of willing to fail when conducting this community outreach. We heard that many developers only meet with people who they know or think will support the project and avoid the more difficult conversations. That is in many ways understandable, but it's really not the right way for developers to go here. Broad engagement is really the key to success. We also have a set of recommendations for host communities. First, we know that communities are not monoliths. There are many different groups within them, and they will often have very different views and perspectives on proposed development projects. And as a result, many different groups may want or need to be involved in the CBA negotiation process. That can be quite valuable, but it can also present some really significant challenges, particularly where the different groups in the community aren't well aligned, sort of going into the negotiations. So it's really important that before starting negotiations, community groups speak amongst themselves and, to the extent possible, reach agreement on sort of common interests, needs, and priorities, and also be clear and upfront about the areas of disagreement. In addition to these issues around coordination, another big challenge that communities face in these CBA negotiations is a lack of information. Obviously, developers will always have more information about their projects, but there are ways that communities can try to address some of those gaps. So seeking information from the developers themselves about the projects and the sites where they will be operating, seeking information about the developer's past operations. So trying to understand, for example, any history of violations by the developer, as well as any history of delivering community benefits or failing to do that. It can also be really useful for communities to tour comparable facilities that the developer has built in the past. that can give communities a really good sense of what they're likely to see in their own area. And it can also give communities a really valuable opportunity to engage with other communities where the developer has worked before. And that community-to-community engagement can be really valuable. So those are some considerations for negotiating CBAs. In terms of drafting CBAs, I said before that a CBA is a legal agreement. So obviously careful thought needs to be given to who the parties will be. And I'll come back to that in a minute if there's time. It's also equally important to think about the benefits that will be provided for under these agreements. It's essential that benefits be tailored to the specifics of the project and the community where it's being developed. They should be defined with a lot of specificity, mandatory and additional, in the sense that they go beyond what the developer would have been required to do absent the existence of the CBA. It's also essential that CBAs include robust provisions around monitoring and enforcement. I said at the beginning that sort of a key defining feature of a CBA is that it's a legally enforceable contract. Communities, though, often face real challenges in enforcing these agreements. Obviously, it's very expensive and time-consuming for a community to go to court. But even before it gets to that point, it can be really difficult for communities to actually know if developers are holding up their end of the bargain. It may be obvious where a developer fails to make, say, a required monetary payment. But for other types of benefits, the community may be not in a great position to assess the developer's performance. If you think about, for example, a developer committing to do environmental remediation work, that may be difficult to track, and it may be difficult to assess the sort of quality of the work that's been done. So incorporating these mechanisms for reporting and monitoring is really key. I think I have a few minutes left here, so I want to dig into these a little bit further. First, on the question of who the parties to the agreement should be. For the lawyers in the room, if you think back to contracts class, the principle of privity of contract says that, generally speaking, only parties to an agreement are bound by it and can enforce it. And so that's important to keep in mind when we're thinking about who should be the parties to the agreement. On the community side, you want to think, among other things, about who might be best placed to enforce the agreement. In the majority of CBAs in our database, the community representative is the local government. But there are, in some cases, other community groups that are parties to CBAs. So we have examples of agreements that have been entered into with local environmental groups, residents associations, labor groups, industry groups, things like that. On the other side, obviously, the developer needs to be a party to the agreement, and it is common for these agreements to feature successors clauses like the one you see on the slide, really to ensure that the agreement kind of runs with the project and binds not just the initial developer, but its successors and assigns. Of course, the different parties to the agreement have to commit to do something. As I said at the top, community groups and local governments, generally speaking, commit to support or not oppose a project. And I listed on this slide some of the common commitments that we see. In the case of community groups, it's often commitments to, say, file letters in support of the project with relevant regulatory bodies. Sometimes community groups may promise not to make public statements opposing the project. Sometimes they will agree to not commence or terminate legal proceedings that they've brought against the project. For local governments, similarly, we do have example CBAs where local governments have committed to, say, support a funding application that the developer plans to file at the federal level. And we have a number of CBAs in which local governments make commitments around how they will review the project. I will flag that there are challenges associated with drafting those provisions, and care needs to be taken to avoid things like unlawful exactions and other issues. I think Sam's gonna go into that a bit more detail, in a bit more detail, but I just wanted to flag that. The developer, of course, agrees to provide some community benefits. And I said before that those benefits need to be tailored to the project and the community. They need to be defined with specificity, and they need to be additional. And we don't always see those sort of key criteria being met in CBAs. So in terms of that like additionality requirement, we often see CBAs including commitments from developers that are not additional, do not go beyond what they would have had to do absent the CBA. And so this is one example of that from a CBA that was entered into in connection with a wind project in Western New York. What types of additional benefits do we see? By far the most common additional benefit that's provided for in CBAs are monetary payments. And these can be did in a number of different ways. Sometimes it's a one-off lump sum payment. Other times it's sort of a recurring payment that happens over time. Oftentimes payments are tied to the size of the project. So if you think about a renewable energy project, it may be a dollar amount per megawatt of installed capacity, for example. Less common, but in some cases we also see monetary payments being tied to the amount of project revenues or profits. In the best case scenario, the community should be really free to use that money as it deems appropriate. But we do see in a lot of CBAs, developers seeking to exert some control over how the money is used. And so this is an example from a CBA that was entered into in connection with a solar energy project in Hawaii. You see here the developer agreed to make annual payments of $55,000 that was split into two buckets, a $40,000 bucket and a $15,000 bucket. And the developer was really free to choose what to do with that $40,000 bucket. It was allocated at its own discretion, consistent with its own values. The local community foundation only received 15,000 of the 55 that was allocated. Other types of additional benefits that we see commonly in CBAs include workforce development commitments. So these are things like commitments to local hiring, to job training, to living wage requirements, things like that. These are extremely popular with communities. And you see on this little chart on the side, the dark color shows the level of support for CBAs that include labor benefits, and it was actually the most popular category. We also commonly see commitments to compensate for loss of property value. That's very common in CBAs for waste management facilities like landfills. Also getting a lot of discussion in the context of CBAs for data center projects. Commonly see commitments to repair or improve local roads or other infrastructure, really in recognition of the fact that a lot of these projects involve, at least during the construction phase, a big increase in truck traffic or other things that can be damaging to local infrastructure. And so the goal there is to sort of mitigate those impacts. We also see commonly commitments to remediate environmental damage and sometimes safety-related commitments. So for example, there was recently a CBA that was concluded for a carbon dioxide pipeline project, and it included commitments by the developer to fund training programs for local first responders in the event of a leak from that pipeline. I know I'm almost over time, so I just want to very quickly flag I said before that including robust provisions around monitoring and enforcement is essential here. And so we increasingly see community benefits agreements, including in many cases quite robust provisions around the reporting of information and providing for the establishment of sort of oversight committees or other groups that can kind of monitor the developers' activities. And so this is one example of that. But I will leave it there for now, hand it over to Sam, and then hopefully we can take some questions.
Thank you, Professor Webb. That was a great overview of the types of tools that communities can avail themselves to. I'm going to talk a little bit about what local government can require and what is local government's role in community benefit agreements. These agreements can take a number of forms. Sometimes they're referred to as CBAs, or community benefit agreements. Sometimes they take the form of developers agreements. Sometimes they're host municipality agreements. Sometimes people call them a memorandum of understanding. But really, what the intent is to capture what benefit the local government will receive from a particular project that's locating within the municipality. As Terry said earlier, there's a lot of local government nerds on the phone. I'm proud to be a local government nerd. And so we're probably familiar with Dillon's rule in Pennsylvania. And Dillon's rule says that local governments in Pennsylvania can only exercise the power that's granted to them by the legislature. So I want to start by looking at what authorization has the legislature provided to municipalities for certain community benefits. I'll first note maybe a restriction. So pre this amendment to the Municipalities Planning Code in adding section 503A, or Chapter A of the code, municipalities were imposing impact fees, extraction fees, and other fees that weren't uniform in nature. And so the legislature amended the Municipalities Planning Code to add Chapter 5A that provided some express limitations on local governments. And Chapter 5A says that a municipality does not have the power to require, as a condition for approval of a land development or subdivision plan application, extraction fees, connection fees, tapping fees, impact fees beyond what is specifically provided for in the municipality's planning code. It also says, in order to impose those fees that are permitted by the code, that there are ordinance requirements that you have to adopt to be able to authorize those fees. So the first fee that we're going to look at that municipalities can impose under the Municipalities Planning Code is a recreation fee. And that can include the dedication of land. It could potentially include the construction of recreation improvements, or it could include a fee in lieu of the dedication of that land and the construction of improvements. And that's specifically provided for in Section 503 of the Municipalities Planning Code. Again, you are required to adopt an ordinance, and that ordinance has to have various components. One is that you have to have a recreation plan, and that recreation plan defines what principle and standards will be used for determining what type of recreational amenities are appropriate and where those recreational services should be provided within the municipality. And in the event that you establish a fee in lieu of a required dedication of land or the construction of improvements, that fee has to bear a reasonable relationship to the cost of providing either that land or those park improvements. One thing that I have noticed in my municipal practice is that many municipalities have adopted rec fees probably in the early 2000s, but they haven't modified their rec fee structure since then, or they haven't done a whole lot to update that. So I've had numerous clients who have had rec fees that are 20 years old. And the basis of their recreation fee was to be equivalent to the value of the land that would be required to be dedicated. Well, land values have increased dramatically over the last 20 years, right? So I've encouraged my municipalities that have recreation fees that are trying to figure out how they're going to fund their recreation programs to take another look at that, right? And make sure that your fee is proportionate to the value of the land that you can otherwise require to be dedicated. And I've had a number of municipalities that have been able to considerably raise that recreation fee simply by looking at the values within the municipality. They work with the assessor's office in the county, and they say, here's the average value of land within our municipality. And so they're able to make some improvements there. Let's look at transportation impact fees. Transportation impact fees are also expressly provided for in Chapter 5A of the Municipalities Planning Code, but there are a number of prerequisites to the establishment of a transportation impact fee. A transportation impact fee allows a municipality to charge a developer for off-site improvements. These are transportation improvements that aren't on the property or immediately adjacent to the property that's being developed. But there has to be an impact fee ordinance that's adopted, And there are certain reports that have to be generated and approved as well. A land use assumption report, and again, counties through their planning and development office are often able to help with that. And if not the county, there are certainly consultants who are able to provide that service. A roadway sufficiency analysis, that often is with the help of a traffic engineer that the municipality has engaged, and a transportation capital improvements plan. And that capital improvements plan is taking a look at a certain region within the municipality and deciding what type of improvements need to be made. Maybe it's an intersection improvement, maybe it's lane widening. It can be a host of improvements. And as part of developing that process, then the municipality is able to develop a fee per trip, per peak hour trip, then that is charged to the developer based on the traffic counts that are provided by the developer and reviewed by the municipality's traffic engineer. The municipality, once it receives these fees, is only able to use those fees in the transportation district in which the development is located, and only for those capital improvements that have otherwise been noted on the capital improvement plan. Again, that's a lengthy process to develop and implement that, and it is a prerequisite to charging those fees. A municipality can also charge review fees. So many municipalities probably have established a fee schedule that says if we're reviewing a land development plan, the fees for our engineer are X and fees for other consultants are Y. That's generally tied to the fee schedule that's adopted annually by the municipality for those services. I will note that those fees have to be reasonable and customary for the types of services that are being provided. They can't be wildly out of whack with the fees that other consultants in that field and in that area charge. But a municipality can recoup its out-of-pocket cost by adopting charges for those review fees. In addition, a municipality can charge for permits, and we'll look at a borough code as an example for that. The borough code expressly authorizes in section 1202(1) that the borough can prescribe reasonable fees for services of borough officers and enforce the payment of fees. And we're probably familiar with what those fees generally are. They're generally a land use or a zoning permit fee that's issued by the municipality, and then a building permit fee that's often charged either by the municipality if they administer it in-house or by a third-party code administrator. I have seen a number of examples recently, and particularly with respect to solar projects, where a municipality tries to impose a fee that's related to the number of panels that may be built, or perhaps even in other projects, I've seen disputes with school districts and municipalities where it's tied to square footage. And so it results in an enormous fee. So I saw a solar project recently that was on about 8 acres of property, and it had a per panel fee. The municipality had adopted a per panel fee of $200 per solar panel. And I think that the land use fee was going to be $400,000. Well, municipalities aren't able to use those fees as a revenue generator. And the caution is that Pennsylvania law is developed through the court system says those fees that are charged has to be reasonably related to the cost of providing the service. I can assure you it did not cost the municipality $400,000 to issue the land use permit fee. Maybe a couple $1,000s, right? Maybe $10,000 of time for having the municipal official review that application and then process that paperwork. So that is a caution. There are still municipalities that have a legacy fee that was developed prior to the Uniform Construction Code adopted in the Commonwealth that did charge a per square foot fee. Again, those oftentimes are wildly out of whack with the cost of the municipality reviewing a permit application and issuing a permit. So you can charge those fees, but they have to be reasonable and they have to be tied to the cost of administering that permit program. Oftentimes with certain development projects, there is a need to utilize water or sewer capacity, and more recently, perhaps a stormwater impact. And many of the municipalities are probably familiar with the MS4 requirements, and many municipalities have set up an additional utility to manage those MS4 requirements. Municipalities can charge tapping fees for a connection into their utility system. Those tapping fees have various parts that can be components of those fees. One is a capacity part. Well, what is capacity in the system? That's in buying equity into the treatment plant with respect to the sewer system, or the treatment plant with respect to a water system. It has a distribution or collection component. That's the conveyance lines that are in the ground. So paying for your equitable share in the municipality's sunk cost in those distribution or collection components. There can be a special purpose facilities component. So that would be a specialized equipment that serves either a single developer or a certain subset and not the whole community. So there can be costs that are attributable to an identifiable number of property owners, and that can be included in the tapping fee. And then there can also be a reimbursement component as well. Interestingly, that reimbursement component is reimbursing another developer for the sunk cost that they have in extending those utilities or providing additional capacity. And that is all spelled out in great detail in the Municipality Authorities Act. It's often referred to as Act 57, and just because it's kind of tucked into the Municipality Authorities Act doesn't mean it's not applicable to municipalities that own and operate their own utility systems. Act 57, even though it's in the MAA, also applies to municipally owned water and sewer systems, not just those owned by a municipal authority. There are a number of requirements for establishing a tapping fee, and that is that there's a study that is required to be prepared by a qualified engineer that addresses the various components that are set forth in Act 57, and then that study is required to be adopted by the municipality by resolution, and then the municipality or the municipal authority can charge those tapping fees for connection to the system and use of the capacity that's needed by that particular development. System upgrades are also something that could be passed on to the developer. So if you don't have a distribution line that extends all the way to where the developer's project is, you're not required to build that for the developer. You can tell the developer, we're happy to serve you, but you're going to have to get it there, right? So the developer may be required to extend a line to their project, and that line may run by other properties that may be required to connect to the project, and it may provide a community benefit in that way because they may have failing septic systems, or they may be served by wells that are insufficient, and they would be able to connect at that point. It also, on the capacity side, if you don't have capacity available in your wastewater treatment plant or in your water plant, and a developer comes to you and says, I need another 100,000 gallons of capacity, and you don't have it, you're not required to expand your plant to meet that developer's needs. You can sell to the developer, we'd be happy to expand our plant, but you're going to have to foot the bill for that plant expansion. And those plant expansions often come with quality improvements as well, because since the last time you've upgraded your wastewater treatment plant or your water plant, it's likely that the water quality regulations have changed. And in order to effectuate an expansion, you're likely going to have to upgrade the plant to meet those quality requirements also. And the developer can be required to foot the bill for those quality enhancements that are necessary to provide additional capacity. So that is a community benefit that can be provided on the utility side. I want to talk a little bit about conditioning approvals on providing benefits. And I think Professor Webb made a great point. We've got to avoid unlawful exactions. And so we've got to know where that bright line is, right, with respect to municipalities. And there's really kind of two levels here. One level is where there are solely local government approvals. They're not required to seek an approval from the federal government or from the state government. So the approval is totally in-house within the municipality, within the local government unit. So there is a bright line there that the state has developed, number one, by clearly defining what types of things can be asked for from a developer, or required, I should say, from a developer with respect to the items that we just talked about. But then also what you're able to require as part of that land development approval process. There are two components to that. Sorry, my handset is ringing and I'll turn that thing off. I should have put that on Do Not Disturb. There are two levels of that. One can be something that's permitted by right and simply runs through the land development plan process. And the other is whether there's some type of conditional use approval or special exception, where the process is a quasi-judicial process and you hear testimony from the applicant and any objectors. And there are considerations with both that we will cover. There are cases that state that a municipality cannot condition its approval of a plan upon developers meeting standards that are not contained in its regulations. So as we said, the MPC is very clear about what can be required. And if you're trying to impose a standard that is beyond that you are permitted to include in your zoning ordinance or your subdivision ordinance under the municipality's planning code, you are precluded from imposing that condition as a condition of approval. In looking at conditions, courts will look to whether or not the condition that the municipality seeks to impose is a condition that's tailored to effectuate compliance with those zoning or subdivision and land development requirements. And conditions have to be reasonable and they have to be economically feasible, right? They have to be germane to the project, and you can't ask a developer for something that is either impossible or that is beyond the realm of economic feasibility to support that project. And courts often do strike down conditions that cross that line. I also want to bring up the considerations in contract zoning. We're probably all familiar with that. It's probably come up in context in your municipalities before that you work with in various respects. Oftentimes a developer will come in and they've either got a use that's not provided for in the zoning ordinance, or the project that they want to do is in an area that's not zoned for that particular project. So they will approach the municipality and say, would you consider amending your zoning ordinance so that we can do X, Y, or Z? And the area that Pennsylvania municipalities have to be careful with is this concept of contract rezoning. And the courts have established some pretty bright lines that municipalities are pretty familiar with because this has been developed over a number of decades. The seminal case here is really the Carlino versus Whitpain investors case that's referenced at the top. In that case, the court referenced a case that came out of New Jersey, and it's the one that I've highlighted here. I think it says it the most plainly within the case. Zoning is an exercise of the police power to serve the common good and general welfare. It is elementary that the legislative function may not be surrendered or curtailed by bargain, or its exercise controlled by considerations which enter into the law of contracts. So plainly put, a municipality can't agree to amend their zoning ordinance by entering into a contract that says, if you amend your zoning, I will provide you with X, Y, and Z. The court has said that's a legislative function that can't be surrendered to a contract consideration. Certainly, are there considerations, practical considerations that come up when a developer approaches a municipality with an economic development project? Yes. The developer will say, if you change the zoning, we're going to create X number of jobs. If you change the zoning, we are going to build a project in a specific way that may mitigate some of the concerns that the community may have. And that all may be true, but you can't enter into a contract that conditions the change of the zoning on those various items. So municipalities have to be very cautious of that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and this is a little bit into a gray area, but it requires mentioning, municipalities have to be cautious in the way that they approach these types of agreements. And so the case that we're going to look at is Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Moran. And this involved a first-class township in which one of the supervisors was trying to seek a benefit that would have been a benefit to the township, but ultimately the individual was charged and convicted of bribery. So there can be a line between seeking a permissible benefit and a bribe. And I'm not going to read all of this to you because you'll have this information in the presentation. But generally, the township had entered into an agreement to sell a particular property to a developer. They had reached an understanding on what that purchase price would be. This process took a number of years to kind of fully develop. The municipality was facing some budgetary shortfalls, and one of the township commissioners said, well, hey, I have an idea. Why don't I talk to the developer and see if they'll prepay $500,000 in their future realty taxes? That'll help fund our budgetary shortfall. And if they're willing to do that, I mean, we're probably willing to like speed up the zoning approval process, right? Like we'll make sure that this kind of gets approved for them in an efficient way. So this individual called the developer and said, hey, are you willing to pay $500,000 in advance of what your future real estate tax obligation will be? And if you do that, we'll accelerate the zoning. You'll get the permits and approvals that you need to get your project completed. The developer here did not respond, right? They didn't say, sure, that sounds like a great deal. They just kind of let it go at that point because I think the developer knew that was water that they didn't want to wade into. Ultimately, Mr. Moran was charged with bribery. And so bribery is clearly spelled out in the Pennsylvania Code and what the elements of that are. Mr. Moran, before the trial court, said, hey, look, I can't be guilty of bribery because there was no benefit to me individually, right? The $500,000 wasn't going into my pocket. It was going to go into the municipal coffers, and it was going to solve a problem that the municipality had. So no personal benefit to me. I shouldn't be guilty of this offense. And it shouldn't be a crime for an elected official to try to get some benefit for the municipality. He said, I don't think that the intent of the bribery statute was to punish politicians who are trying to do good things for their community. So he said, I didn't have the intent because there was no personal pecuniary benefit. The Commonwealth Court reviewed this. It ultimately went up to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, and I've highlighted the important areas, to ensure equality and impartiality in the legislative, judicial, and administrative process, public servants are prohibited from exercising their influence more favorably for any person or entity willing to pay something of value, regardless of whether that value inures to the benefit of the public servant or the entity served, right? So regardless of whether the money went in his pocket or into the local government entity's pocket. So the court went on to say, thus, payment to a governmental entity such as a township in exchange for a promise of special treatment, such as expediting the zoning process by public servants who are officers or employees of that body, falls within the bribery statute's purview. They said that we emphasize that our holding applies only to situations where a public servant seeks or receives a benefit on behalf of a governmental entity from a third party in exchange for a promise to exercise special influence in the governmental process. We do not read the bribery statute as applying to situations where public servants seek benefits for the government entity through the regular course of governmental affairs. So I know that that line is a bit fuzzy, but we'll talk about a couple tips as we go through here. The court said what public servants may not do is condition a decision, opinion, recommendation, or vote on or other exercise of discretion upon a solicitation for benefits beyond those inherent in the underlying transaction. So I think what the takeaway is, be cautious of requesting, number one, a benefit that is beyond what is expressly permitted by law for a favorable decision, right? If you give us 40 grand, we'll approve your land development plan. Or if you give us 40 grand, we'll approve your conditional use application. A developer can voluntarily offer those conditions, right? And if the developer comes and says, as a community, but we recognize that the community has concerns, and we're offering a payment of X if you approve this, then the developer has the right to do that, and the municipality can make that a voluntary condition because it's been offered by the developer as part of that approval process. And the third point is ensure that any discussion about benefits beyond what the municipality can require occurs in accordance with the regular conduct of business, right? The phone call by one elected official to a representative of the developer, probably not the right way to handle that. There needs to be some transparency and there needs to be some regularity in the process. I do want to make sure that I leave time for questions, so I'm gonna kind of get to the conclusion here soon. But as Professor Webb noted, there are opportunities beyond just the local government approval where a municipality has to make a decision. Are we going to take a formal stance on a state permit application or a federal permit application or an application that's before the Pennsylvania Utilities Commission? And in those circumstances, and a couple examples are gaming licenses, right? We had the proliferation of gaming throughout the Commonwealth over the last couple of years. And those operators have to apply to the state for a license. And the municipality can have a role in that process. And we've had a number of municipalities that have entered into agreements with the gaming operator where they have agreed not to oppose or enter an appearance before the gaming board on that particular operation in exchange for certain community benefits. And that's where a community benefit is entirely appropriate if it's handled through a regular and open process. Another example is landfill permits. Landfill operator has to go to the state to get an expansion of their facility or a permit to build a new facility. Mining permits are similar as well. Similarity with transmission lines that require a PUC permit in which the municipality can be a party. Oftentimes, those are appropriate avenues to request community benefit agreements where the municipality can get some mitigation for the harms that may be perceived from these types of projects. So that is an opportunity for a municipality to request something more than what's simply provided for in the municipality's planning code or other state law. Another avenue for community benefit is settlement of litigation, right? So sometimes these projects, after there is a decision that's made by the local government, they may be appealed to court. And in that settlement process, the court has very broad discretion to enter a court-approved settlement that can provide for variances for site conditions that are different than what's required by the ordinance, as well as terms of a settlement agreement that may include specific payment or specific mitigation techniques that aren't otherwise required in the zoning ordinance or the subdivision and land development ordinance. So that is an opportunity for community benefit. I do just want to point out where a municipal governing body sits in a quasi-judicial capacity, they have to be even more careful, right? They're sitting as a judge. They can't show any impartiality. So you have to be very careful in that process where you've got a conditional use proceeding. If a developer has offered a community benefit that you haven't essentially negotiated the outcome of the case in which you're sitting as the ultimate decider in that particular case. So caution there. But with that, I think that wraps up my piece. And I know that Professor Webb and I are open to any questions.
Senator Carney, are you going to?
There we go. All right. Wow. Thank you very much. It's really fascinating. I love hearing about it from both sides of the sort of the equation. I think it's very topical because what we're seeing, right now, particularly with the sort of AI generated demand in terms of the amount of water and the amount of electricity that they need to produce these things. We're starting to see that in real time in Pennsylvania right now in terms of those demands, whether it's restarting 3 Mile Island for a company or whether it's what's going to affect people. I think certainly in the legislature we're terrified about what the effect of this could be on people's utility bills, both for water and electricity, and we are doing hearings and trying to figure all that kind of stuff out. So I think what you guys both presented today was a wonderful framework for what the possibilities are. Obviously, the things, Sam, you talked about the things that you have to be careful about, and Romany, the idea about what those benefits are and what people can actually do, I thought was really fascinating. I think we're going to go for questions. It looks like Chris, are you going to do this, or do you want me to do this?
You are welcome to do it. I'll be here as your backup. I think that David here is our first hand, though.
I see David's hand up. David?
During the course of life, you've seen the changes in all aspects of what was foundational understandings, and now we have new understandings. We saw that with the rise of DEI and now the fall of DEI. And if those kind of things, especially updates in climate information and applicability, data flow and data centers, solar, what happens when the value of the solar panels is beyond what was originally expected, And we see that today with silver reaching its all-time high of forever, breaking its high from 1980. When is it cost effective for them to take those out of service? How does that affect the agreements? And do you have to go through a reverse process, even if the science or the social engineering aspects that are attempted by these are no longer applicable or are actually shown to be in reverse support of the actions?
So David, maybe I'll address first, particularly on, you brought up the point on solar. It's critical that a municipality, number one, adopt an ordinance that contains certain regulations around solar. And one of the critical pieces of that is decommissioning. And I think that most municipalities share similar concerns. What happens down the road if these panels don't function the way that they are anticipated to, or what happens if the developer or operator goes bankrupt, and who's going to clean up these panels that are still sitting in the field? Having that decommissioning agreement that you can require as a part of an ordinance requirement is critical, and ensuring that it is appropriately scaled to the cost of removing and disposing of those panels and the related equipment is a very important component of that.
I might just add, on the question around sort of revision of the agreements based on changing circumstances or information or things like that. Many of the example CBAs that we have reviewed do incorporate provisions for periodic review, and that can be very useful for both the community and for the developer. So that is something that I often recommend be considered in drafting those agreements. The other thing I will note is that we have seen examples in the past of where the changes are not actually from external forces, but from the developers themselves. So they may change the scope or scale or nature of the project in some way. And that can have really significant implications for these agreements, because a community group may have agreed not to speak out against a project, but then the developer really fundamentally changes the nature of that project. And that can put communities in a very difficult situation. So that's something as well that communities need to be really aware of, and needs to be carefully addressed in the drafting of those agreements, so that you don't, the communities don't kind of give up all of their say over these projects as they evolve and change.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that question. I have a few questions on the chat that I'll forward if that's okay. But before I do, I want to take a quick moment to announce our second code word for this session. It is SWIFT. So once again, second code word for this session is SWIFT. First question I have online comes from Will. Will writes, in the case of the bribe, this is specifically directed to Sam. Do you think it would have been a different result if the same, and he offers in quotes, offer had been conveyed via the municipal solicitor?
I don't think so. I think that the municipal solicitor conveying that doesn't really change the implication. I think solicitors have to be careful too in the way that that's conveyed. And I say that because the benefit wouldn't change, right? It's the underlying premise of we're willing to expedite an approval for you in exchange for X that triggered the bribery statute.
That makes sense. Another question I have here from Amanda. She writes, there have been legal challenges to the rental registry fee. Is there anything new that municipalities should know as they work to mitigate blight and keep their communities safe and healthy?
Talk to your solicitor. I know that there are many folks who oppose rental registration requirements that claim it's unconstitutional or unlawful. There's a vast body of case law regarding rental registration requirements and rental inspections, and your solicitor should be familiar with that or able to be familiar with that. That would uphold most municipal rental registration requirements.
I think those are the only two questions that I have in the chat, unless I missed something. I got a lot of people on here. Senator Carney, do you have anything further?
No, I just want to thank you both. I mean, it's really it's the wonderful thing about having this kind of symposium is to get these kind of various viewpoints and of stuff that again is really topical and should be top of mind for most elected people in the Commonwealth. So again, thank you both for helping us out today with your expertise, and it was certainly very impressive. So thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been a really fantastic session. Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to wrap our morning sessions right now. I think they've been terrific. I hope that our attendees feel the same way. We are going to take a break right now for lunch. Our next session begins at 12:45. I will leave the Zoom open. You're welcome to log out and log back in. I'll let you back in from the waiting room, or you're welcome to stay connected. Either way is fine. I'll be pausing the recording between now and probably about 12:40. So see you back here in about 45 minutes for our 2 afternoon sessions. And thanks again for participating in this symposium. Okay, now we are good. My apologies, and I'll step away. Adam, it's all you.
Thank you, Chris. Representative Miller, thank you very much for your introduction and for your service on the commission. It's great that we have local government enthusiasts not only serving on the commission but having that experience in the state legislature. So it's great to see. Members of the commission, staff of the commission, attendees here today, just humbled, honored to be here, and excited to chat with you about artificial use in local government. So my name is Dr. Adam Yoder. Excited to be here. Very timely topic, I think, when you start thinking about the economic, fiscal, just kind of political environment that municipalities are living in. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, with AI, but need to really be thoughtful with it. And so over the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to kind of explore what that might mean for local government. And my goal of this is really just to get you exposed to some decent frameworks and maybe get you thinking about what this could look like for your individual municipality or your organization that you may be represented. Or if you're a state employee, what are some things maybe the state can do to kind of continue the encouragement and adoption of AI in local government here? So, quick agenda. If you really think about this, I want to take a moment and just kind of level set artificial intelligence, what it is from a very high level. Make sure that we're all on the same kind of playing field for this presentation. I have a few examples of local government applications today that are using AI. They are larger municipal governments in other states, but nonetheless, they're really good examples that I hope can get you kind of thinking about what's possible and how to maybe start getting there and how to maybe think about artificial intelligence. And I'll do my best to kind of maybe frame it from an additional perspective from Pennsylvania application. We'll talk a little bit about implementation strategies and notably, what I've kind of learned from the research process early on in my graduate studies that can kind of help municipalities implement not only AI, but technology in general successfully. We'll take a little bit of time and talk about some kind of policy considerations. So what are the policies, procedures, systems that maybe need to be in place to make sure that AI is not only adopted successfully, but its risk is mitigated, it's done responsibly, and done in a way that benefits all stakeholders, employees, constituents, etc., etc. At the end of this, we'll have a Q&A session. Please, as we're going through, if you have questions, jot them down. If you want to put them in the chat, that's fine too. I think somebody from the commission will grab them and shoot them out at the end of this. So I want to spend another minute just chatting a little bit more about my background, and I just do this to make sure that everybody kind of has the appropriate context of what I'm going to talk to you about today. So as Representative Miller mentioned, I am currently an elected official for the city of Williamsport. I'm a member of city council in my 6th year, And in addition to that, I had the privilege to serve with an organization called Metro Lab Network early on in their building out of what they had as a generative AI for local governments initiative. And so I was able to really collaborate and learn from a number of municipalities and institutions across the country and aid in getting it at least off the ground. And I say that because a lot of what I've put together is really through that lens. It's from, my experience as a local government practitioner and, thinking through the lens of what's feasible, can relate to kind of the pressures and questions that I think a lot of municipalities might have. As Representative Miller mentioned, I just received my doctorate earlier in the year. Early on in that process, I was really kind of building some or exploring some linkages between AI and local government. My dissertation went a little bit of a different track, but AI really is a arm of future research that I'm looking at when you notably look at kind of regional institutional performance, local government, regional authorities, that kind of thing. I have my contact information in here, and I have it at the end of this. If somebody wants to put it in the chat, that's perfectly fine too. After this, please stay connected. I'd love to hear from you, even after the Q&A, your thoughts on not only today's discussion, but what's kind of happening with your municipality. Always open for collaboration and sharing best practices and chatting with other stakeholders at the local, state level, certainly. Why AI? Why AI now? And frankly, why am I really excited that the local government commission is having a forum on this today? I think as a lot of municipal stakeholders can attribute to this, there's a lot of just continued, I think, challenges related to just really trying to do more with less, living through a very turbulent 5 years economically, mixes of inflation, fiscal pressures are kind of building on the already foundational challenges from a fiscal economic perspective that municipalities have lived through and that Williamsport certainly is kind of living through right now. Technology has always kind of been, I think, that I don't want to say black box, but that conduit that I think a lot of municipalities, including Williamsport, have really tried to look at as a force multiplier. And in my view, AI is very much in that, and it really represents kind of, I think, that next frontier of municipal efficiency. And so I kind of, referenced these Pennsylvania Economy League studies that have been pretty wide out there over the past probably 5-7 years, and I think that they've previously presented to the local government commission with these as well. They really kind of reinforce very robustly, I think, kind of this demand and really back up why there's such opportunity in terms of municipal efficiency and serving constituents and communities and in the use of AI. So very timely and excited to be chatting about this here today. So let's kind of dive into some of the meat and potatoes of today's kind of discussion. So with all that context in mind, I want to start by answering a fundamental question. What is artificial intelligence? Let's try to maybe demystify it and set a level playing field with the group here today. So when I think of AI for local government, when I look back at academic research, that kind of thing, I come down to a simple practical definition. AI refers to a computer system that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, okay? And notice that I said computer systems. It's software. So every municipal government has some type of software, for example, for accounting, for finance, for maybe maintenance management. This is just another type of software, but it's more sophisticated than what we're kind of used to. And what makes it more sophisticated are really those capabilities that you see with artificial intelligence today. Pattern recognition is a really big one. So taking a large set of data and able to sift through it and pull out trends in that data that maybe humans would overlook or not catch with the human eye. Automated decision making. Based on those patterns, what kind of decisions and recommendations could be made, and automate a AI software can do that. That could be prioritizing maintenance requests. That could be making recommendations to budget forecasting, that kind of stuff. Natural language processing is a really big one that I think a lot of people are seeing and think of when we talk about AI. So it can understand and generate human language. So think about a chat bot that maybe you've interacted with, whether you know it or not, through an insurance company or a customer service hotline, taking questions 24/7, analyzing lengthy documents, and then predictive modeling. So using AI to forecast future trends based on historical data. So that could be, traffic management, planning for disasters, demand planning, all of that. It's critical to understand that. And notably in the context of this is all available today and this is all happening today. And when we look at a couple of examples, you're going to see some of these examples in play that align with these kind of key capabilities that really make AI unique and dynamic. When we're talking local government, you'll see some kind of crossover here. The foundational, I think, things that make AI so unique are really where I think the relevance comes into play with local government. So if you think about some of those uniquenesses that AI presents, and when you think about kind of the types of AI, there's four in my mind that really stick out where there's a lot of opportunity. So machine learning is a big one, and this is really something that's been out in the industry for a long time, and has maybe kind of been the foundational AI technology that's out there. But this is really about pattern recognition and data. So if you think about taking 30, 40, 50 years of budget data, for example, and using that in a machine learning platform, and it could predict future forecasts that you may only be thinking 5 years ago, right? But there could be knowledge from 10, 15, 20 years ago that it could pull out. Or think about predicting service demand at the neighborhood level of your municipality, okay? Infrastructure maintenance needs before failures occur. If you have data, machine learning can find insights into it. It's just a question of, kind of the data quality, that kind of stuff in terms of machine learning. Natural language processing, we kind of talked about this quickly in terms of what makes AI unique, and it's very much a relevant opportunity with for local government. So think about natural language processing. That's really text analysis and generation. So again, think about chatbots. Think about using chatbots maybe to answer basic questions, maybe automatically categorizing or relaying information within departments or within local government, analyzing documentation. When you think about natural language processing, this is kind of the technology behind ChatGTP, for example. I'm going to guess most everybody has at least heard that name, is familiar with that name. That's the technology behind ChatGTP. Okay. Computer vision. And computer vision's really been evolving over a long length of time. And for example, when you think about video analysis and image analysis, 10, 15 years ago, even in the security world, it was not uncommon to see, pattern recognition and being able to identify particular things through video. But when you weave that in with AI, that really takes it to the next level and is a really big piece of an opportunity for AI and local government. So think about monitoring infrastructure conditions through a drone or camera. All right, so you're not only getting pictures of it and a live feel, but you're getting real-time analysis of what is being shown on that video and can compare that maybe with other historical information, previous pictures and video, and can make a number of either insights or informed decisions from that perspective. Okay. And then generative AI, everybody kind of hears this one. And so when I think of generative AI, and I think what a lot of people may think of are content creation. Okay. So maybe drafting a report, maybe creating communications materials. Okay, newest and fastest kind of growing area of AI, and you might be thinking, well, what's the difference between generative AI and natural language processing? There's a lot of crossover there. The big way that I kind of differentiate this is think about trying to I think about it in terms of inputs and outputs. Natural language processing is really good at taking inputs from a human and doing something with them. So I'm communicating with a chat GTP and trying to maybe translate language. Okay. Whereas generative AI is really output oriented, and I can give it something, but it's going to create something for me to use. So chat GTP honestly is kind of both, right? It's got the natural language processing behind it, but think about maybe those image generators. That's the generative AI kind of component with it. Okay. All of these are relevant to local government. Each of these has practical applications that you can even start small and slowly scale them over time. You don't need to do everything at once, so to speak. You can start kind of where you have the greatest need, but each of these have relevance to local government. And I think to kind of, talk about maybe AI versus maybe what people were traditionally used for, or software has been traditionally used for, excuse me, I put together just a really quick, I hope, relatable example for that happens in municipal government all the time. So think about traffic management, all right? And think about traffic management today, or that we all know of and have kind of grown up with. So on the left-hand side of this, we have kind of traditional traffic management with traditional software. So somebody from a vendor or your public works department is going to go out, or even the state and PennDOT is going to go out, they're going to program a controller to control a traffic light. It's either timed or maybe it's based off of some sensory data. It works really well. You control the flow of traffic moderately well, minus, very high demand times, but it's efficient, but it's static. So what do I mean by static? Well, if you want to make changes or you run into issues, you need to send somebody out there and you need to change it. You need to think through what the remedy is, make a decision about what that remedy is or what needs to change, and then you actually need to implement it. Now think about traffic management from an AI perspective, all right? And notably, I think that machine learning, analyzing data, and adapting and providing recommendations to that. So think about maybe the ability of an AI to perform continuous improvement with scalable data. So in an AI type of application with traffic management, you are having the ability to have the AI generate insights, generate patterns with real time data that is being collected, and either make decisions based on that or present a human with recommendations that could be implemented by that individual. So think about on the picture on the bottom right here is a very busy, 8-lane highway here. And if you look on that picture, you will notice some like kind of green boxes. That's kind of that video AI analysis that's kind of happening. And so what's happening or could happen there is it's monitoring heavy flow. I notice on the, let's say, left side of the street, there's a lot more traffic compared to the east side of the street. So I'm tracking the kind of time that's happening, what types of traffic, what types of cars are there. And so based on that, it can kind of learn, hey, on Monday mornings, eastbound traffic is heavy over a particular time period, but on Friday afternoons, westbound is worse. So I could, make recommendations on maybe redirecting traffic or maybe adjusting the timing of traffic lights to kind of help minimize bottlenecks and that kind of thing. That's kind of that difference, I think, between traditional software and AI systems when you just start thinking about maybe a basic application that local government is involved in and manages. So, next kind of set of things I want to walk everybody through are some just basic examples of use today that are out there in local government. So we kind of have maybe a foundational understanding of what AI is, maybe how it differs from traditional software. Let's take a look at a couple of concrete examples. And again, I want to reinforce, these aren't hypothetical. These are actually in use And if you would talk to these bodies of government, they could probably communicate some measurable, tangible results. So the first one I have is in San Jose, California. And all three of these are from a handbook generated by the University of Michigan, and that is referenceable through a reference I have at the end of this Metro Lab Network's generative AI group. So the first one, San Jose, California, they're using real-time AI audio transcription to other languages to enhance constituent accessibility, okay? They're using this in real time for public meetings. And so as people speak in meetings, they're transcribing those words and translating them into multiple languages. So a city like San Jose that's got a lot of ethnic diversity, a lot of language diversity, is really able to enhance constituent services, constituent engagement in a public forum. But also maybe think about that from a disaster response perspective, okay? Think about an emergency situation where there are multiple people that have a language barrier, and think about the inhibitants that creates for effective emergency response. And this helps even further minimize that. And even to the point where, you may have a person that English is a second or third language that now is enabled to even kind of call in an emergency and raise attention to it earlier. I mean, when we all know from a municipal perspective, seconds matter in terms of emergency response. And this is just a accessibility medium that helps earn seconds to maybe even minutes to where you could save lives. Okay. So a quick example of kind of that natural language processing in play. In terms of maybe Pennsylvania, I immediately think of the same thing. In Williamsport, we have a little bit of non-English speaking individuals in town, and we've run into it here and there, maybe with like public emergency response. And so something like this would be extremely helpful, and has been maybe extremely helpful in the past for our first responders in town. I think of a place like Hazleton that has a much more diverse ethnic population compared to maybe my area. My wife is from the Hazleton area, or Philadelphia, a bigger city like Philadelphia, or like that southeastern corridor, right? Very applicable across multiple places in Pennsylvania. The second example I have in here is kind of related to infrastructure planning. And so this is the city of Detroit. They are using what are called digital twins to develop plans, model infrastructure needs. And so a digital twin, think about it as a virtual model of a physical system. So if I was modeling how a building was going to perform, and this actually happens, and I've worked on this kind of stuff previously in my career, you could build a virtual building and model how is it going to operate, how is it going to consume energy, where are some of the envelope risks, that kind of stuff. That's what a digital twin is. Happens a lot in manufacturing, happens a lot in a lot of different industries for planning. Detroit's doing the same thing. So they have a virtual model of a physical system to produce outcomes and predict outcomes with different changes that are modeled. So they take multiple sources of data and they build a virtual system to do that. So this gives you really deep real-time understanding of infrastructure. That could be even down to the neighborhood level. Okay, so when I think about Pennsylvania, and I think about even a small to medium-sized municipality in Pennsylvania, I think of some of the unique challenges that happen in cities, for example, right? Very, very mixed economic diversity. You've got a lot of varying, infrastructure challenges. Williamsport, like many other municipalities, has infrastructure that's maybe 50 to 100 years old. And, at times it's hard to understand, what's the more impactful, important piece to send funding to. Digital twins can not only help you maybe figure out where do we need to put money at the most, but also how's the development going to impact utilities in a particular neighborhood. You think about electrical consumption, you think about water consumption. you're seeing a lot right now in Pennsylvania about data centers, and a lot of communities have questions about data centers in terms of those two things specifically: electrical consumption and water consumption. A digital twin can really help model what that impact's going to be, so that you can proactively plan for either getting different utilities there or that kind of thing. And so this is a really nice kind of use case in terms of AI in action in terms of infrastructure planning. And then the third example I have in here is really focused on kind of disaster preparedness and disaster management. So Virginia Beach, Virginia uses a platform called Flood Vision AI. Notably, as a coastal city, they get hurricanes, a lot of natural disaster oriented scenarios. And so they're using a mix of sensors, data, imagery to kind of aid in preparedness and management. And so this sounds kind of similar to a digital twin. The difference here is they're not really building a virtual kind of environment. So think about a digital twin. You can maybe think about as a 3D virtual video game. This is really like a 2D kind of simulation exercise to kind of think about that. All right. So they're able to kind of, based on weather patterns, based on historical trends, based on particular flooding levels, determine where's water going to go, what areas are most at risk, what are the best ways to maybe mitigate that risk depending on what the weather and emergency event is, right? And kind of game out what's happening and how they can respond from that perspective. So we're really talking about another level of proactive emergency management compared to maybe entry level proactive mixed with reactive emergency management that we unfortunately see, and it's by nobody's fault by any means. It's a technical barrier. So when you think about maybe Pennsylvania, and I think about Williamsport, for example, we have a continued flooding issue in our city of an underground creek that just when we get too much rain, it floods. And so right now, we've kind of taken a step in the right direction to maybe mitigate that, but it's still day of. We're anticipating rain. We're really tracking water levels. And when that goes out, we're still sending somebody out there to ensure that racks are cleared, that kind of thing. With a flood vision AI type of scenario, we could really enhance that to start not only thinking about, well, what are the precise kind of inputs and indicators that we could use ahead of time to really not only mitigate the flooding, but warn people ahead of time, and then even model better where's water going to go, how do we maybe even mitigate it completely. And so it's kind of a little bit of a maybe Pennsylvania specific example. All right, so we've chatted about what is AI from a foundational perspective. We've kind of shown you some examples of what's possible, but my hunch might be, hey, this is all great, but how do we get from today to actually doing something with this? And so I want to take a few minutes and maybe chat a little bit about implementation practices backed by approaches that I kind of found and uncovered from my research journey. So when I think of, and I think what academic research generally kind of tells us in terms of implementing technology, and that could be AI, that could be any kind of technology, there's really considerations that you really need to take that are both internal to the organization or the municipality, but then also externally. And you need both to successfully implement technology. Many technology initiatives are going to fail, not necessarily because of the technology itself, but there's a massive neglect of the human and organizational factors that are out there that are needed to be successful. So you could have the greatest AI ever. You could be the poster child for Sam Altman and ChatGTP, but if your staff doesn't trust it, your citizens and constituents don't buy in, and they even oppose it, implementation's only going to get so far, and it's not really going to be effective. So you really need to address both of these to be successful in getting from today to whatever successful adoption whatever the individual project or initiative or framework kind of looks like. Okay, so we'll take a look at both of these internal and external factors. We'll start with kind of internal, and there's a lot of really good research out there about technology adoption with people. Venkatesh has a couple of really good models out there, but really the kind of continuing trend is organizational readiness is really a big kind of driver and predictor of success of technology adoption. And what does organizational readiness really mean? Well, there's a few key factors that research kind of informs that are measurable to help determine not only the readiness of your organization, but how do you get your organization, if it's not ready, to kind of be ready. So I have them noted here, and I'll kind of maybe walk through each of these a little bit to give you a little bit more familiarity with them. So performance expectancy. So if I'm an employee, will it help? Will it help me in my job? So your team, your organizational team members need to believe that AI is actually going to improve their work. So that could be, if they don't believe it today, demonstrating value. So not just implementing technology for technology's sake, but implementing and demonstrating value. So starting small. Small little projects with very quick wins are very impactful and very essential for building performance expectancy. Okay. Effort expectancy. Is it easy to use? Okay. So any system, any project you put into play, it needs to be user friendly. So if there's really advanced technical knowledge that needs to be created or needs to be had compared to what it saves, adoption is going to fail. Okay. And when you really think about effort expectancy, the design from a human element is very important. This is kind of an area where vendor selection comes into kind of play. You need systems that are designed not necessarily for non-technical users, but are designed for, maybe minimal to moderate AI literacy users is kind of maybe what I would say, right? Training, support are essential. And so when you think about even vendor selection, support mechanisms that they can give you are extremely critical in kind of building out that effort expectancy piece of this. Social influence is a big piece of this. So, do my peers support it? What do the people around me really think about it? We all probably have experienced this in our lives and professions at some point. People around us are influential to our behaviors. And so, if early adopters and other people around me are enthusiastic about it, that's going to have a spillover effect to other employees and will help in kind of building that performance and effort expectancy, right? But notably, if influential staff members and team members are skeptical, that skepticism also spreads. And so when you think about social influence, leadership commitment is critical. Notably, when you think about municipal government, the executive of the organization, the mayor, the city manager, your council or supervisors, all of those are very important. When they're championed, notably when the executive, who's kind of the day-to-day executor or operations lead, it signals importance and it helps build that social influence. And then facilitating conditions. So this is kind of where you start to see some of those more, I think, tangible technical resources. Do we have the resources to make this happen? Do we have the technical infrastructure? Do we have the financial resources? Do we actually have the time to do this? Who's managing it? Do they know what they're doing? How do we maintain this moving forward? Many organizations, not just municipalities, many organizations underestimate the importance of maintenance and ongoing support that AI systems require. And so having the resources is critically important to AI adoption. The other piece of this I want to take a minute to hit on is, and we'll touch on this a little bit later as well, data quality and integrity. You could have the most awesome, most brand new shiny AI that's out there, but if your data, it's only going to work as good as your data. Okay. If your data is incomplete, if it's outdated, if it's not accurate, AI is not going to serve you well. It's only going to maybe even amplify the problem. So before you implement an AI system, you need to ensure that your data systems have strong integrity and you need to clean them up before implementing. So think about permitting. All right. If your permitting records are partly on paper or they're in multiple systems, you'll need to consolidate, you'll need to standardize, you'll need to digitize. Okay. And so, um, data quality, data integrity, when you start thinking about facilitating conditions, is one of the really big ones. So, pivoting maybe to more external considerations, notably when you're starting to talk about um, constituents. There's a lot of really good research out there about public trust with institutions, all that kind of stuff. There's a really good one. It's a little dated, but it's very relevant in my view, from Magner, Sobry, and Welker in the late '90s. Really talking about public acceptance of technology. Um, their findings, I think, are still relevant today in the world we live in. Notably, transparency and fairness are critical factors in getting the public to buy in. So how do you do that? Well, I think there's three key kind of trust factors that research kind of talks and informs us about. There's the transparency in application. So when you're using it or planning to deploy it, you need to be open about it as much as possible. Be open about where you're planning to use it. How are you planning to use it? Don't hide it. Don't be super quiet about it. Notably, if it's something that is going to be directly impactful to constituents, or it's something they're even going to interface with. Okay. Um, and here's a, kind of an example. All right, let's say that XYZ municipality uses AI to kind of maybe help prioritize pothole repairs, using severity of the pothole, traffic volume, where's it located. The public might think that's okay, but if the AI is the one making the decision, there's going to be a pretty big trust barrier there. So a staff member needs to review that, for example. And as that's communicated, as those metrics are shown, that can help build trust. And in the process of, if the community maybe disagrees with the decision, there's a level of accountability to another person that I think constituents will respond to and accept. So they won't be blaming the technology, be blaming the person, and it continues to maybe help alleviate trust concerns there. So when you're implementing AI, notably when you are trying to build trust with your constituents, communication is critical for success here. And so being transparent in your communication, where you're using it, making sure that it's fair is important. So if you're implementing AI for code enforcement, make sure that there's no unintended bias, that it's targeting a particular neighborhood. Maybe that neighborhood's low income. Maybe it's ignoring a higher income area, making sure that the algorithms are fair, equitable, that kind of stuff is very important from a trust perspective. And then making sure that you can actually show tangible results from it. So, hey, let's publish, hey, since we've done this, we've seen a 15% response time decrease. We have seen, cost savings because of XYZ by 15%, 20%, tangible metrics to demonstrate outcome improvement is a really good way to kind of show, build trust, and being transparent about those with constituents on the external side. As you can kind of see here, though, the kind of continued trend, whether it's internal or external, it's all about the organizational readiness. Okay. And we to kind of reinforce a few points and maybe introduce a couple new ones. Organizational readiness here is really important. And, in my view, and when you look at research, there's really two pillars of organizational readiness. There's the technological piece and the team. The technological stuff, really, I would say, is pretty reminiscent of maybe adopting an IT software as it is today, right? Good data, Can our infrastructure handle it? Do we have the IT systems, the bandwidth, the hardware, security systems, etc.? Does our staff have the expertise? If not, what training can we get? Can we get them there? Do we have the financial resources to do this? Are we going to fund it with a grant? That kind of stuff. As we kind of previously talked about, at the end of the day, and I'm going to reinforce this point here on this next slide, people are very, very important here. Is the leadership bought in? Do we have executive sponsorship on this? That's a non-negotiable. You have to have it, or else it's not going to go anywhere. Are we equipping our staff adequately through training, through development? Are we building their AI literacy and competence to ensure they're comfortable with it, using it effectively, able and positioned to enhance their role and actually do something with it? What does our culture look like? Are we building a strong culture, a culture of innovation, and enabling and fostering an environment where we're enabling people to experiment without, breaking stuff, so to speak? Okay. Team readiness is a really big part of this. I'm not trying to super kind of burn through this here, but I do want to make sure we have enough time for questions and try to stay at least somewhat on track. So as I kind of mentioned, all comes down to people when we're building organizational readiness. Leadership, we've talked about. Leadership has to be committed to this. You have to engage your staff. Training is essential, but engagement goes beyond training. Involve staff in the planning process. Involve them in decision making. Listen to what their thoughts are, their ideas, their concerns. Incorporate their feedback into the process. Enable them to be a part of it, and it will go down a long way. As I mentioned, communicate with your constituents. That is huge. Educate them on what you're trying to do, why it's important, and be transparent about all of it. Good partnerships with vendors are important. Continuous learning is a really big one here. The thing I want to leave here before we kind of get into the last segment of this, the theme I hope you take away from this is technology is great, but without people management, it fails. And so when you're doing technology implementation, when you're doing AI implementation, doing it in a people-centered approach with adequate technology is the secret sauce to being successful in doing that. And so that's why I've tried to reinforce and spend so much time about the people aspect of this with organizational readiness, that kind of thing. All right. The last kind of segment I want to go through here are kind of looking at just some considerations from a policy perspective here. So we've kind of discussed what AI is. I've showed you a couple of examples, some high-level strategies and best practices for implementation. Let's start talking about some just basic policy frameworks that will help you position yourself to be using AI responsibly and effectively. When I think about AI policy, I really think about 4 different tiers in AI, and everything I'm going to show here over the next few slides is really rooted in that experience from Metro Lab, and everything that they have from that is published on the website. I have that at the end of this. I hope you go back and reference it. So 4 tiers. Foundational requirements, that bottom tier. I want you to think about these as these are the non-negotiables. You have to do this. If you don't have a good foundation, everything else, nothing else matters. Okay. If you skip this, if you shortchange this, everything above is at risk, right? So this is really about ethical use, legal, is it responsible, that kind of stuff. Governance and structure. So how do you organize and oversee your AI? Who's in charge? How do you make decisions? How do you assess risk? This tier translates kind of those principles of your organization into an organizational structure. The third tier, implementation practices. So this is really kind of that how-to. So what are the actual steps we're taking to implement AI? How are we managing data? How are we testing, training? How are we picking vendors? These are kind of those operational policies and procedures that you would have for a big initiative or project. And then the 4th tier, ongoing operations and engagement. As I kind of alluded to earlier, this is not you put it in and it's set. This is an ongoing, evolving technology and use that requires long-term maintenance and sustainment to be effective. And I think this approach to kind of communicating structure works well. And so for example, if you don't implement it effectively, the ongoing operations engagement is going to just be awful. If you um, don't have good governance, well, what you implement is not really going to matter. There's going to be a lot of risk. People aren't going to trust it. If you don't take care of the principles of ethics, good governance, that kind of stuff, nothing's going to work. So, and I also say this because I've seen this in the private sector, and I've even seen it in the public sector in a number of different ways. Many organizations or local governments will make the mistake of they'll jump right into implementation, but they won't really think about those foundational things. And that approach generally doesn't work. So that's kind of why I have this tiered approach here that I want to share with you, and we'll kind of walk through each tier here really quickly to make sure we can kind of cover them, and then we'll wrap this up and open up for questions. So, foundational requirements, that first tier. Again, these are the non-negotiables, right? You need these to be successful. There's no scenario where you should skip this kind of stuff. So ethical AI fairness. So your AI's got to be fair. It's got to be unbiased, right? So testing it for AI bias, right? Don't assume it's neutral just because it's mathematical. So kind of go back to that code enforcement example I told you about. You need to make sure, if you're using it for code enforcement, you need to make sure that it's not unintentionally targeting a particular demographic, a particular neighborhood, that kind of thing, to make sure that it's truly fair, ethical, and equitable. Okay? How do you do that? Bias audits are a really good one. It's kind of an ongoing thing, but testing it for bias. Establishing clear ethical guidelines. What values will we implement and want to have to guide our AI use? Data privacy and security is a big one here, right? We all know about the sensitivity of data in the public sector. As an elected official, as public sector employees, we have a responsibility to protect it. So establishing clear data handling policies. What can be used? What can't be used? Why for each? Who's in charge of it? How are we handling citizen complaints, right? How are we protecting identifiable information? All that kind of stuff. Data privacy and security is very, very important. Accountability and human oversight is a big one. So, and I would argue maybe the most critical here, right? Humans have to remain in the loop when you're using AI. AI can assist, AI can recommend. Humans have to make the final decisions here, especially the consequential ones, right? Humans have to make the case of putting $2 million in the neighborhood A and versus B compared to an AI, right? The AI can make recommendations, but you need to have a deliberative process to kind of go through that, okay? So think about that codes example again. There could be a permit or a flag for a code compliance thing that an AI can trigger, but the human inspector has to make the final decision there, okay? So clear escalation procedures, for example. How does a citizen even challenge an AI assisted decision, for example? And then the legal regulatory compliance here, right? Are we complying with existing laws and regulations, right? Employment law, civil rights, public records, privacy, all of that. The point that I want to really stress here is your solicitors, your legal counsel should be involved in this process, notably this step, but they should really be involved from start to finish here. Because there certainly are unique risks with local government, whether you think about data, procurement, all that kind of stuff. And this is a new evolving space. And so they are a critical part of your team. You should absolutely engage them at all steps. If anything is even remotely unclear, engage them and ask them. If they don't know the answer, they will be able to find somebody, from my experience with our solicitors, that can do that, and that's okay. Governance and structure, the second tier. So once you have the foundational principles, you need to structure and implement them. So from a governance perspective, how are we doing AI oversight? Is it somebody? It could be an IT person. It could be maybe a dedicated AI officer if you have the resources and sizing. If you think about maybe a regional approach to something like this, some combination between a municipal government, a county government, or a few different municipal governments to share resources, maybe it's a committee comprised of people amongst those municipalities, but establishing reporting guidelines, who reports to whom, who reports what, all of that. Risk assessment. So developing a risk classification system. So maybe a low risk is, basic routine tasks with maybe limited impact, like scheduling optimization, basic analysis compared to maybe high risk, that something that is there may significantly affect civil rights or people's rights or safety, right? And how do you handle those when you approach them? You may decide, hey, I'm only focusing on low risk things. Anything medium or high, we're not going to do, or it's going to go here, and we're not going to go any further until there's this, and this done, right? And then transparency. So transparency with any technology is important, but notably with AI, right? So communicating with the public. How are we maintaining a public AI inventory? How are we making this accessible? How are we updating it? How are we communicating that? Okay. Implementation. All right. So again, this tier is kind of about the how to. Vendor assessment and how are we purchasing it is very important, right? Not all vendors are created equal. Due diligence is critical here, and this is not, I know this can be hard in the public sector. We want our financial resources to go as far as they can, and we want them to be as transparent as, and we want to be as good stewards of them as possible. But this is not necessarily a lowest bid is the best or most responsible vendor, right? So evaluation criteria is really important. What's their security and privacy practices? How transparent are they with their system? What's their training and support look like? What experience do they have with municipal government, notably a government body that looks like you? Total cost of ownership. Not only what's the upfront implementation cost, but what's the maintenance cost look like? Who owns your data? What kind of long-term change? What does changes look like? All that kind of stuff. Data quality, again, huge. What data do you have? How complete is it? How accurate is it? How current is it? Is it standardized? All of those are really good nuggets that you want to talk about and think through when you're doing a data audit. AI requires good data. If you put garbage into it, you're not going to get good outcomes out. Okay. Data quality standards and monitoring. Who's monitoring? What do we do whenever we run into bad data or inaccurate data? Okay. I'm a big believer with any technology in pilot testing and phasing. So what pilots are we choosing? How are we minimizing risk? What are we doing with maybe good or bad outcomes? How are we learning from them? What's that kind of process look like? When do we decide to scale it? Okay. And the training education, right? Who are we training? Who's involved? What do we need to train them on? That kind of thing. And then tier 4, ongoing kind of operations. Again, this is kind of that continuous monitoring, evaluation, documenting, reporting, community stakeholder engagement, all that kind of stuff. Again, I don't want to brush over this. This is very, very important. But if you get the bottom 3 right, you're in really good position for that ongoing operations engagement. The thing I want you to remember here is this is where you're talking about that community engagement piece, ensuring that you're doing everything above board and communicating it with the public. And then this is where you're kind of maintaining that system, and think about the cost of that in terms of people, in terms of time, in terms of financial resources. This is an ongoing thing that you just don't put it in and forget it. It needs TLC throughout the entire process. All right. Some real quick resources to take a look at. Notably, when you think about policy considerations, Metro Lab is now part of the Federation of American Scientists, but their initiative from a few years ago has a pile of resources. It's got example policies from local governments. It's got really good government guidelines that other municipalities across the country are using. The website's right here. Please check it out. It's really great. And again, that framework that I just kind of went through is really rooted in their work there specifically. And I purposely did that because it's public. You can all access it. Okay. All right. We'll open up for questions here just real quick. Thank you for your time. Always happy to kind of continue the conversation of AI and local government. If you ever want to chat about maybe a specific thing you're working through, other questions, you just simply want to connect with me, please send me an email. I'm always happy to connect, have other conversations, any of that. So thank you all. I hope this was insightful. I think we got a little bit of time for questions. I ran over more than I wanted to. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yoder. Appreciate it very much. And I know for my part, as being a former township supervisor, we didn't really have AI, so to speak, except like you mentioned with some of the rolling out of software and how that was implemented. But now we're headlong into that in this world. And now at the General Assembly, we're trying to wrestle with how do we implement policies related to AI. Notably, no sooner do you try to establish a policy and then it's already down the road. So that's another consideration, not only for the General Assembly, but the local governments that are represented here. So with that, Chris, any specific instructions you have for us for the Q&A for the folks who are online here?
Totally. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to use the raise hand function, and we'll get to you. I do have one question in the chat that Senator Hutchinson raised, and if he would prefer to come on camera and ask it in person, he's welcome to. But he asks about thoughts about the availability of the information to the public that's collected, since a lot of these systems involve a large amount of data collection. He's thinking about the traffic flow example that you mentioned and viewing thousands of vehicles daily and all of those drivers that are in those cars.
Yeah, so when I think of that question, I interpret it as, is there a line you draw of what's available to the public, maybe what's not, and maybe how do you do that? Great question. Personally, I'm a believer in you share as much as as you can publicly. Notably, when you start thinking about AI usage, that's a really good way to build public trust. Certainly, there might be pieces of information that you may not be able to publicize, or that or that you might have to wait due to maybe some kind of an accident, that kind of thing. In my view, if it's something that would cross the line of falling under, the need for like a right to know, or if it would give me pause because of something that, might fall under right to know, that kind of thing. If it falls in there, I would do a deep dive and thinking about it. But aside from that, I'm a believer in sharing it. How do you do that? That could be, I'm a big believer in visual graphics. So, some kind of dashboard or visual metrics outlining, hey, this area, change in traffic flows. Here's how it's kind of maybe help avoid previous issues. Maybe there's a part of a road that's prone to bottlenecks, for example, right? So here's how many bottlenecks we've saved. Here's where we've minimized them, that kind of stuff. That's how I kind of answer that from a high level. I hope that answers it too.
Okay, I see Mary Catherine, you are up.
Oh goodness, that was quick.
No, I think we have a little bit. I think we have a little bit of a confusion. Mary Catherine is in our next panel. We're still doing some Q&A on the AI one. If you have an AI question, absolutely you're welcome to ask it. If you want, you can actually turn your camera off, and I'll call you on in a couple of minutes. But it does look like we have hands raised from David Lockman and also Executive Director David Green.
With the concept of AI is to take data and do analysis on it beyond and quicker than regular human beings could do, or possibly ever even do in a lifetime. Because it's a decision-making process with all kinds of inputs, what is the status in the legislature of sunshine laws as they pertain to decisions? The final decision you made clear was for the people themselves in charge of the decision, but how do you make transparent and stay in line with the sunshine laws regarding the process by which AI came to its conclusions and gave you your choices to choose from as a borough council member or mayor or a municipal leader?
Yeah, good question. I really I don't know that I'm able to maybe speak on what conversations or what might be being looked at the sunshine law at the state level. From a municipal perspective, what I really think of when I think of sunshine law is being proactive and open with, again, how's it being used, what decisions are being made, how and in what medium are they being made. So when I think of notably, if there is any involvement in decisions by elected officials, notably, like if there's a legislative action happening, it's got to happen in public. Absolutely. That could be a committee, that could be a full body meeting, but that's got to happen there. But, if in my mind, if there's a gray area where, hey, we're doing this, we're not violating the sunshine law, but if there's maybe questions about, are there challenges maybe with the spirit of it? Abide by it. Be open. Be public about it. In my mind, that could be publishing stuff online. Here's kind of what our procedure looks like for making decisions. Here's where AI is used. Here's where it's not. Here's where decisions humans made a decision, who's making it, what's the process look like. I mean, I think just being forward open about that as much as possible is important, David, to kind of, high level answer your question.
Maybe I can jump in, David,
Thank
your
you.
question. As far as the General Assembly is concerned, I would say that the right to know law would cover any document right now that is considered publicly available, that's not subject to the exemption. So if a local municipality made a decision based on XYZ of a chat discussion or analysis, that could potentially be subject to the right to know, because theoretically the members of the municipality would be reviewing that information, and therefore theoretically it could become subject to the right to know because it's a document. Now, there's other exceptions to that. Is it decisional, and there's all sorts of things that ultimately, though, if it becomes a document that is referenced, all things being equal, it would be subject to the right to know. Now, the Office of Open Records would make that final determination if it was challenged. And maybe Chris or David Green would want to weigh in on that. But right now, like I mentioned right at the start, technology is moving so quickly, it's hard for the General Assembly to keep up with things. But I think the right to know law would still make those data points available, generally speaking.
I think to follow up on the legal question, this is one where I definitely say you want to be talking to your solicitor. Good legal advice is important because I think that some of these questions get into the weird places, especially with potential proprietary covenants and contracts with service providers. We will take a couple more questions. I did want to also pop up real quick to say the second code for this session is Avalon. So once again, the second code for this session is Avalon. If you're an attorney applying for CLE credits and you're keeping track of the code words in each of our sessions. And so it looks like we also have Amy Huntington from Exeter Borough and David Green seeking recognition for questions.
Is it okay to speak?
Sure, go ahead. Yes, well, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the symposium. This was great to have it virtually. Thank you, Chris. And Dr. Yoder, some of the comments that you were making about the translation in the first example, the meeting translations now are available on cell phones. I mean, we can just translate from cell phones and their new earbuds
Yeah.
that people put in, that they're real-time translations, making international travel a breeze for everyone, and the meeting dynamics to be completely fluid. We have not yet used it here in Luzerne County, but I do know it is available, and I've seen it accessible through my children, who two are in the military, one at the Naval Academy and one in the Coast Guard. So it's amazing, amazing technology, but thank you for presenting that. My question is really for the Local Government Commission and our legislators. Is there any effort at the state level that comprises assisting municipalities, boroughs, and townships in the grant application process utilizing AI for the structures, being that so many of our local share counts, DCED grants are so standardized that we're all applying for this, same pool of money? Is there any effort? I know that there's a lot of initiative to make grant filing and permit acquisition easier and simpler, but is there anything going on at the state level that can assist us in the municipalities, especially as we try to work together regionally to develop initiatives that benefit the whole state? Is that anything that's going on in Williamsport, or is there anything happening at the state level? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you from Williamsport, in our kind of region, we're, I don't know that there's really anything kind of in the works collaboratively between local governments. And to be honest with you, from Williamsport's perspective, we're very, very, very early on in this, right? Timing, I think, is really something that is important in kind of that technology adoption process. So, like, for example, we're in the process of doing going through the stamp program through DCED. We actually are going to have our management review next week at our meeting, and so from a timing perspective, it's really good for us because there's been little nuggets that a number of us have kind of passed through when you start thinking about the financial resources, that kind of stuff. But we're very early on, right? It's very, if we're using it, it's very much like productivity or, Amy, the language translation piece. And you're right. I could literally have a conversation with ChatGTP. I could have it do this presentation for me, which is wild, right? So, but I'll defer to maybe Representative Miller or others from the commission to talk about the state piece of that. I'm not equipped or able to really maybe speak to that portion of it from a funding. But I would echo your sentiments. I appreciate you asking that question.
Very quickly, Amy, for my part, I am not aware of anything that's focused exclusively on trying to take the big world of grants and that sort of thing and narrow it down for easy access. There may be something out there. I know the administration is working on some pilot programs related to local government use, but I don't think anything directly related to what you're inquiring about. So sorry about that, but thank you for the question. I'm sure it will be forthcoming at some point because it's a great idea to try to wade through that huge volume of grants and all that sort of thing. So municipalities find the ones that work for them. Okay. All right. David Green.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Miller. Thank you, Dr. Yoder, for a great presentation. Quick question. Are you aware of any municipalities that implement something like a virtual assistant for constituent outreach at the municipal level? I mean, as Chairman Miller suggested, I think the law is always chasing innovation. It is reactive, okay? And that is something both from a record maintenance and a technological upkeep that we're always going to be trying to catch up with. But you can envision a situation in the future where if I need county services, okay, if I need to know what an application requires in terms of paperwork, that I'll be able to contact my municipality at 3 o'clock in the morning and get an answer, okay? I'm wondering if you're aware of any such infrastructure at the municipal level, at the state, local, or global level from a municipal standpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. I'm trying to think. Like, so Pennsylvania specific, I am not aware of anything like that, to be honest with you. Off the top of my head, I want to say there's a few case studies in Michigan, in California. I'm just trying to remember back to the kind of Metro Lab stuff in terms of actually deploying essentially like chatbots to provide like 24/7 response time. There are some out there, um, and I'm struggling to remember where, but I do remember there being some examples on that Metro Lab website, and in terms of some of the documentation that is in there. So I would refer you to that. And if I can maybe just kind of circle back on that piece of the regulatory piece of that, it's a very important piece of that. Legislation generally is reactive, and that's probably generally pretty good. But it's very tough in an environment right now where technology continually evolves, etc. And so I say that all because it's real. And to all of the municipal practitioners that are here, that's where prudence really comes into play here. That's where using really good ethical frameworks to do this come into play, because we're all here to serve our constituents well, with integrity, and to genuinely help people. There's a really good tool. These are good tools to use to do that and enhance our experience. But there is a lot of risk associated because they're so new. There's not a lot of good examples, maybe in Pennsylvania, that kind of thing. So please do express prudence in doing so. And if you have questions, reach out to your legislators, reach out to your legal counsel. I mean, it's better to ask than to just, in this case, as a believer in, trying to maybe break something and then you learn from it. This is maybe one of those cases where you want to be delicate and you don't necessarily want to break something, right? So David, you're right. I couldn't agree more with kind of that regulatory piece.
Okay, that's the last question that we have lined up. I do have a comment from Joy Ruff at the Local Government Academy, just talking about that they are putting on a 4-part webinar series on use of AI in local government. So that may be something that folks might be interested in checking out as a continuation of this conversation. With that, I think that's probably everything for this session. Representative Miller, do you have any final thoughts?
Just to say thank you to Dr. Yoder for your timely comments here. This is something that we're all going to be dealing with more and more in the days to come. So this was a very good foundational lesson. So thank you. And thanks to all of you for your participation. Please reach out to the Local Government Commission for any questions or any of the legislators on that commission that we can help you with. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you all as well. I really appreciate the dialogue here and the opportunity.
Fantastic session. Thank you. Okay, we are going to take just a few moments here to transition. For our last panel, welcome to Mary Catherine Roper, and I believe Representative Sappy is joining us as our commission member moderator for this session. So if you are on the call, you can turn your camera on and join us. There she is. And I have to find my notes real quick because I'm going to give our first code for the final session. And it is, I have not written it on my phone, but it is PATTI, P-A-T-T-I. Once again, the first code for the final session is PATTI, P-A-T-T-I. These are the codes that if you're an attorney filing for credit, you'll need to submit to our CLE provider after today's session. So with that, I'm going to get out of the way and leave you to it. Thanks so much. And screen sharing is enabled if you have slides that you want to share.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hi, I'm State Representative Christina Sappy, and I'm a member of the Local Government Commission from the House of Representatives. And I've been a member since 2019, and I've enjoyed my work there so much. I strongly believe that local government is really where service in Pennsylvania begins, and where so many of the challenges we have as a Commonwealth can be solved. So I really applaud everybody who steps up to run for a local government position, and all of the staff and folks who make a township and a borough and our cities, run in this wonderful Commonwealth. So that's a little bit about me. Obviously, I'm on the local government committee as well in the House. But I'm pleased to introduce our final presentation of the day, the public demonstrations and First Amendment considerations. Arguably, one of the most fundamental rights we enjoy as Americans is the right to free speech as protected by the First Amendment. However, government officials, particularly at the local level, must at times balance this freedom against their interest in maintaining safety and order. This presentation will discuss the importance and the complexities of the First Amendment and the rules for local governments to consider when developing policies or regulations. I'd like to welcome Mary Catherine Roper, who has been a civil rights litigator for 20 years, 16 of which she spent at the ACLU of Pennsylvania. She's particularly well known for her expertise in First Amendment issues. Today, Mary Catherine practices at Langer, Grogan, and Diver PC, a Philadelphia firm dedicated to seeking social and economic justice for consumers and small businesses. Thank you so much, Mary Catherine, for joining us today, and to all of our participants.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And the first thing I want to say to all of you, thank you very much for attending and for the invitation to present here. I did used to work at the ACLU, and today I come in peace. A good deal of my work at the ACLU was representing people who wanted to protest. But I will tell you that we avoided lawsuits in the vast majority of situations where we were having trouble getting folks their protest rights. Because when someone came to me and said, there's a local government official or local government person who's saying I can't protest, I can't get a permit, or they want to charge me $1,000 for my event or something like that, the first thing I would do is write a letter to the local government and say, I'm told you're applying this rule. I don't think you can enforce that. Here's the law that I'm looking at. They would take that to their solicitor. 99 times out of 100, we would resolve that and there would be no lawsuit. So today, what I'm trying to do is help you by talking about the rules that govern protests, permits, things like that. This is a highly, highly litigated area. So there are a lot of actually very clear rules. There are lots of parts of constitutional law that are really murky. This is not. There are a number of very clear rules. Knowing them will help you to avoid any confusion or trouble in the future and be able to make a plan you can actually execute to manage public protest and the reactions to it, which are sometimes more of an issue. So I want to, let me share my screen here. Right. So again, thank you for having me. There, basically, what I want to cover here are your basic First Amendment rules for regulating or restricting speech. And I'm not talking about all circumstances. I'm just talking about out on the streets, public protest. Do's and don'ts for demonstration permits and counter demonstrators and similar challenges. I hope you have all gotten the outline that I prepared. That has all kinds of legal citations to back up what the rules I'm going to be talking about. I'm not going to be talking about those cases. I really want to talk about this in terms of practicality. So if anybody has a question for me about the case, I'm actually very happy to talk to anyone about this stuff at any time, including your solicitor. The one thing I will say, as was already mentioned in the introduction, this is very much a local concern. You can't really legislate protest activity, permit conditions, things like that, whether or not they satisfy the First Amendment is always going to turn on local conditions. So these are things that are particularly helpful to municipal and county governments and their solicitors. I'm happy to talk to solicitors about these things. I really am. So 4 basic rules from the First Amendment that I want to talk about. It says for regulation of speech, but really we are just talking about protest. Rule number 1, ad hoc decisions are almost never okay. Something you will see repeated in First Amendment jurisprudence is the idea that standardless discretion is a death knell for local decision makers. So if your protest policy is call the chief of police and ask that person if you can hold the protest, and there are no regulations saying protests will be permitted under these circumstances, not those circumstances, if there aren't sort of very, very clear rules governing whether or not you're going to get that protest permit, that is not something that's going to stand up in court. Standardless discretion never works, and you're going to see how that sort of plays out in a number of different aspects. Second rule, decisions based on the identity or viewpoint of the speaker as opposed to their conduct are nearly always illegal. So you may think that you can impose different rules for moms against drunk driving. If they want to have a rally in your park, then you impose on the Philadelphia Antifa Coalition, Philadelphia Anti-Fascists, if they want to have a rally in your park, but you really can't. The rules need to apply to all speakers. There are different things you can do in anticipation that there are going to be different reactions to those kinds of things, and we will talk about that. Rule number 3, First Amendment protections don't necessarily stop at the private property lines. So we all know the First Amendment restricts government action that interferes with speech, not private action that interferes with speech. But when we're talking about public protest, there are some places that are considered public for First Amendment purposes, specifically sidewalks along the road, berms along the road. My rule, it's kind of trite, but honestly, it works. If I can walk my dog there, I can walk a sign there, regardless who owns that property. So we will talk a little bit more about that, but it's a really important distinction that folks aren't always aware of. And rule number 4, when in doubt, try to manage rather than shutting down speech. I hope to give you some examples of very successful municipal management of contentious speech situations. All right. So rule number 1, ad hoc limits on speech are presumed invalid, are very hard to justify. As I said, you cannot have standardless discretion. You must have clear written rules and procedures for obtaining permits that do not leave room for disparate treatment based on the speaker or the content of the speech. This is also going to apply to things like not just whether someone gets a permit, but what kind of fees accompany it. The courts have struck down things like, well, I'm going to charge a big fee for police protection because this is a speaker that's going to attract some real opposition from the public. That kind of thing gets struck down. So you must have clear written rules and procedures, not only for the granting of the permit, but also for any fees or conditions that are put on it. Time, place, and manner limitations on speech are permitted, but they meet a high standard. They must be reasonable. They cannot be content-based. They must be narrowly tailored to their purpose, and they must leave open ample alternative channels for communication. What does that one mean? So basically, you might think, that's okay. We'll let anybody who wants to have a protest in the park on 27th Street, and we'll just keep them out of the center of the town. that's not going to be considered a reasonable limitation on speech that leaves open ample alternative channels for communication. As I've already said, the last point here, discretion on whether to grant a protest permit or how much of a fee to charge is generally going to be a real problem. Right. So here are some just basic common issues that municipalities run up against quite often when they are putting together a protest permit ordinance. Number one, you cannot require a permit for a couple of people. For one person, two people, the lowest number that I think has been approved in the cases, at least since I've last looked, was 25. If people anticipate gathering in a group of at least 25, you can say, okay, you have to have a permit for that. Now, that doesn't mean that, say, you've got a group of 15, they get a permit, they're out holding a protest and they get lots of observers, some of whom like them, some of whom don't, and suddenly there are more than 25 people there, and you can say, oh, now you were supposed to have a permit, you didn't get one because you were only 10 or 15 people and you got to shut it down. That won't work. That's one of these really basic principles you're going to hear me talk about. The conditions for a permit must be something that the applicant can control. They can't control how many people come listen to them. They hope a lot of people will listen to them. They are only in control of how many people they organize to be there. And that's what's going to be the trigger number. Any advance notice requirements must be reasonable and allow for exceptions. So you could have a basic, we want a 30-day notice requirement to give you a protest permit. But if something happens that people are reacting to, the president bombs a new country and then some folks want to protest that, you're going to need to allow for sort of last minute, spontaneous protest activity in response to that sort of thing. Something you absolutely can have pretty solid advance notice requirements for is if someone wants to use your municipal resources. So they might say, we want to use the park and we would, and this is an option you offer, we'd like to plug into the municipal power source to run our PA system so we don't have to bring a generator. And you want to say, look, you might be able to get a last minute permit, but we aren't going to, as long as the space is free, but we aren't going to do last minute arrangements for our electricity or, any other sort of municipal resources that we just can't manage. That would be fine. But to actually let people use the space and hold an event, you have to be more flexible. You can't limit the use of public spaces for speech if they are allowed, if gatherings there or similar activity is allowed for other purposes. One thing I had to litigate, there was a municipality that said, we're not going to grant any protest permits that would involve people marching in the streets during rush hour. And they defined rush hour with some pretty big parameters. But the problem is that they would have other things that would block the streets during those periods of time, whether it was festivals or being closed for construction or something like that. And that's not going to be okay. You can't say we don't close the streets except for every reason that isn't protest. Then there's the whole issue of permit costs. They must be reasonable, they must be predictable and controllable by the applicant. So not based on the reaction from the public or reaction from counter protesters, and have a waiver possible for indigent groups. So an application fee can be nominal, that's fine. Police and cleanup costs, if you're going to charge those, you have to, they have to be something that is set out in advance. So it's not, we'll see how much of a mess you or the people attending your protest make, and then we'll charge you something. That kind of indeterminacy is not going to fly in the First Amendment context. A lot of municipalities require insurance And that's fine, except you have to have a waiver, because if you really have sort of a grassroots group that, like, they aren't even a 501c3, they have no structure, they're just, volunteer led, they're not going to be able to afford event insurance. I've known a bunch of municipalities have a process where if the applicant can present an affidavit that says, I called some insurance brokers, they all want to charge me $500 to $1,000 for event insurance. We don't have that kind of money. We don't have any money. Then you need to waive that insurance requirement. Indemnification provisions. These are a big deal. A lot of protest permits come with something that says the applicant indemnifies the municipality for basically any damage to person or property that happens during the protest. And the courts have said that's not okay, right? You can only require people as a condition of their speech to promise to identify what they cause, right? So if counter protesters are coming and then causing property damage, if the fact that streets are blocked off means you have like traffic snarls or accidents somewhere else, like those aren't things that are actually caused by the conduct of the organizers of the protest. Only things that are caused by the conduct of the organizer of the protest can fall under these indemnification provisions. And finally, any refusal of a permit must come with reasons and an opportunity to appeal that. All right. So decisions based on the identity or viewpoint of the speaker as opposed to the conduct are nearly always illegal. So basically, you can't anticipate bad behavior based on the identity of the group. Just because the Philadelphia Anti-Fascist Coalition wants to come hold a rally doesn't mean that they are going to engage in improper activities unless, they've announced the rally and they've said, come trash the downtown of Allentown or something. That's different, right? But in general, the very fact that they are seeking a permit to have an event means that they want to be in that specific period of time and they're planning a program there. You cannot limit the speech of someone based on what you think the reaction is going to be. If Philadelphia Antifa Coalition comes and holds a rally, the Proud Boys may well show up and try to make some trouble, and vice versa, right? The Proud Boys ask you for a permit, and Philadelphia Antifa Coalition wants to come in and counter protest. It's called a heckler's veto if you say, well, no, people are going to react badly to that, so we won't allow or we'll really limit the speech. What you have to do if you anticipate reaction is plan for that. My next point is counter protesters also have First Amendment rights. They have a right to protest. They don't have a right to disrupt the permitted event. So if Philadelphia Antifa Coalition comes and they're holding some sort of rally and they have speakers and then the Proud Boys show up with a bunch of air horns and start blowing them such that you can't hear the Antifa rally, if that's behavior you would not tolerate, people blowing air horns for an extended period of time in a public park, you need to put a stop to that. They have a First Amendment right to protest. They don't have a First Amendment right to interfere with somebody else's speech. So when there are counter protesters, it's basically a process of keeping them separated. You can say, no, you must be across the street to avoid any clashes. If you insist on using your air horns, you're going to have to be farther away because, we're not going to have either physical confrontation or, interference with somebody else's rights. A big one is also don't try to regulate the words that protesters are using unless there is some sort of clear call to immediate violence. And this is one that comes up over and over again. So I'm just going to walk through these things. There's always some confusion, I think, around some of these issues. The first is profanity is not obscenity. We're gonna take a look in just a moment at the Pennsylvania disorderly conduct statute, which gives rise to some of this confusion. Obscenity is a legal definition having to do with sort of very graphic depiction of usually sexual behavior. It's hard to accomplish verbally. It'd be really tough. And the like FU, whether it's directed to a police officer or a person on the street, doesn't come close. And that has been ruled on over and over and over again by our courts. Hate speech is not a legal category. You can't say that's hate speech. You have to shut it down. Hate speech is, everybody's got a different definition of what hate speech is, and it's not a legal category of something you can say is not permitted on public streets. Fighting words, that can't be, they're saying things that offend a particular group. Fighting words have to be really directed at an individual and seeking to instigate sort of a fight with that individual. Only speech that incites or produces imminent lawless action loses First Amendment protection. There's a long tradition of folks being cited for profanity under Pennsylvania's disorderly conduct statute. Here's the statute because of A3, which makes it disorderly conduct to use obscene language or make an obscene gesture. And that sure sounds like it would cover flipping the bird, but it's not, because the legal definition of obscenity is just not met by profanity, no matter who it's directed to. So that's a thing that local police officers sometimes get confused on. It's keep yourself out of court. Understand that that's not something that can be regulated. So actually, I can't see the other participants at the moment. Okay, actually, I'd love to find out right now if anyone has questions about the things that I have just asked about. And I can see you if you come on camera. Or if somebody wants to sort of moderate and see if there are questions.
I'll let you know if anything pops up in the chat. Right now, I don't have anything.
Okay, terrific. Feel free to interrupt me. I know I'm moving very quickly because there's a lot to cover. Great. Okay. So the next sort of basic point here, where First Amendment protections apply. They apply in all traditional public fora. Traditional public fora are sidewalks, streets, and parks that the public has free use of. As I said, that includes the berms and it includes through sidewalks, not limited use sidewalks, even if those sidewalks are privately owned. So there's a really clear illustration of this. Say you have a strip mall, some sort of commercial space that's got, it's alongside a street, so you've got a sidewalk alongside the street, but then you have sidewalks that lead into those businesses. Those sidewalks are not generally considered for just unrestricted public use. They have a purpose. Their purpose is to lead to the businesses. So those are not traditional public fora. Doesn't matter who owns them, honestly. Those are not traditional public fora. So a lot of the cases around sort of what is and isn't a public sidewalk for the purposes of First Amendment jurisprudence involve post offices. So that if I want to protest out in front of a post office, or I want a leaflet outside a post office, I can do that on the sidewalk that meets the street, but I can't do that on the sidewalk that leads up to the door of the post office, assuming there is a separate one. Now I see we have a question. At least I think we have a question from David. Yeah.
Mary Catherine, I'm so happy to see you and thank you for doing this. As you're painfully aware, I'm a big fan of your work, and I've had occasion to work with you before. You provided me some consultation on other presentations I've done to municipalities. Here's my question about designated and traditional public fora in the context of some things that we have seen in the news, namely jurists or other public officials in the curtilage outside of their house. Let's say you have a sidewalk in a cul-de-sac where a judge lives who renders a decision that is objected to by a significant number of the public, members of the public. Is that a traditional public fora? Does it make a difference if the property is under the common ownership of a homeowners association? Are there confounding factors that would weigh into that? Thank you.
Yes, I am so glad you asked that. I'm going to skip one ahead because you asked about protest outside homes, but actually I'm going to skip back. Protest outside businesses. So protest, there are a lot of, sometimes it's a business that folks are objecting to their practices or their decisions. A protest outside of business must be permitted if it is on a public street or sidewalk, does not interfere with the business operation. So again, those folks with the air horns can't be standing outside the business, so the business can't conduct its business, and cannot interfere with ingress and egress to the business. Sometimes this gets like a little touchy if there's a relatively narrow sidewalk outside the business, but in general, protesters must be allowed out there unless they are either blocking entrance or taking some action that doesn't just say scare away customers, but actually interferes with what's going on inside the business. Now, I covered that before I cover homes because the requirements are very similar, but there's a special condition if people want to protest outside a home. So let's say, yes, there's a judge living on a street that people are unhappy about a decision. You may protest outside someone's home. You must be on the public street or sidewalk. You cannot, and this should say does not interfere with essentially living in the home. So again, like those air horns or a loudspeaker directed at the home, such that folks inside cannot go about their day. Then you tell them to shut down the loudspeaker, but the protest, the picketing, etc., that can still happen. They can't interfere with ingress or egress, no camping at the end of the judge's driveway. And one very special requirement that is different for homes, they have to keep moving. And this is a concept of like not essentially like setting siege to the home. But if your protesters are walking up and down the block, then they are satisfying their requirements for staying within the confines. So if basically you have a picket line walking up and down the block, in the street or on the public sidewalk, stay off of the home sidewalk, stay out of the way of ingress and egress. They aren't engaging in some sort of behavior that makes it impossible to sort of speak to one another within the home, that kind of thing. That kind of protest has to be allowed. It should be managed so that it's, doesn't go over those limits. Now, what if it's a homeowners association? In general, gated communities can keep their gates closed, right? They don't have to let people in. Those are not considered public sidewalks and public streets because not anybody can drive in there, right? But if they in fact do let anybody drive through the homeowners association, again, it's a functional test. It is not about who owns it. it is about how it is used. But if I can and do walk through the housing development every time I want to go to the supermarket, I can and will walk through the housing development when I want to carry a sign relating to somebody who lives there. That's going to be the determination. It is a functional test, not about who owns it. But as I said, private development can keep their streets private, but they have to do that consistently to be able to claim that. So it gets into a kind of a tricky issue because probably the municipality can't grant a permit for those spaces, but that's different from whether the police are going to be able to shut that protest down. In general, of course, these are spaces that are much less open to any kind of First Amendment activity, whether you're talking about something owned by a business or owned by a homeowners association. Right. So that's the where and the sort of the rules about granting permits. I wanted to talk a little bit about managing speech. So I already talked about counter protesters, the importance of keeping them separate from the folks who first show up, whether they've got a permit or not. If you have protest activity that is you're concerned is going to result in folks, attacking businesses and looting. There's nothing wrong with protecting those businesses, and then of course, arresting and stopping the looters and so on. If that kind of behavior starts. A really good example of managing counter-protest comes from the Startzel case. The Startzel case involved a multi-block gay neighborhood festival, and it was on public streets. So they had a permit, they could close the street and have their festival, but they couldn't, these are on streets with residences and businesses, they couldn't actually seal this area. So it had a permeable border. Anybody could walk through the area, whether they were going to the festival or just going to their home or just walking through the area. So because it was a permeable event, the city actually talked to us ahead of time and we said you can't keep the protesters out of the area. So counter protesters would go in. And the folks organizing the event had sort of their own strategies, and they had some people with great big signs who would stand in front of the counter protesters and try to block them. But the police sort of kept an eye on the counter protesters, and if someone was standing on a corner and proclaiming the ills of homosexuality very loudly, they let them do that, and just watch to make sure that the crowd's reaction didn't become a physical confrontation. But sometimes the counter protesters would travel in groups and be very, very loud. And so, for instance, they would stand outside the HIV clinic and be as loud and boisterous as possible. And the police would say, no, that's a place conducting business, either pipe down or move to a different place. And so there was a little bit of a whack-a-mole thing that went on through the day. But when the protesters set up right next to the podium where the speeches were going to be made from and started making a lot of noise, then the police said, look, you either have to move or you have to leave. And the protesters refused to move. And at that point, they were arrested and ejected from the space. And they sued, saying, this was still a public forum. They had First Amendment rights. And what the Court of Appeals said was, all that's true, but the point at which you are interfering with the permitted activities, that is, you were making so much noise that no one was going to be heard from the speaker's dais, the police gave you an opportunity to move, gave you an opportunity to engage in something else before they ejected you from the site. That was exactly how the police should manage it, and the lawsuit failed. And of course, you probably know that there are groups that, whether individuals or small groups, that go around engaging in the most confrontational behavior that they can, in hopes that they will get shut down and get to sue the municipality in question. And so this is the Philadelphia knew full well that that was the plan of this group, but they managed it in such a way that they only acted against the protesters to protect the permitted organization. Everywhere else, if they wanted to stand on a street corner and say their piece and get in arguments with people, the police just prevented any sort of confrontation. And they had a lot of help in that from the festival organizers, who obviously didn't want any part of their festival devolving into a fight, or a riot. So that's one example of how to manage counter protesters. I've also mentioned the there are a lot of strategies for dealing with counter protesters, whether it's you can't just automatically just move them very far away, because there is another First Amendment principle, which is that sometimes the place of your protest is very relevant to your message, and then depriving you of the place would be a violation of your First Amendment rights. So, if the Proud Boys are coming to town and Philadelphia Antifa Coalition wants to come protest that, you can't say, okay, but you have to be a half-mile away. Because then the goal of opposing the Proud Boys and protesting the Proud Boys' appearance is lost for the counter protesters. So it's a matter of sort of figuring out what you must do to maintain order, and that is of course permitted. That is part of the responsibility of the municipality, while allowing, to the greatest extent possible, the literal speech to go forward, because that's what can give rise to liability, is the failure to allow that. I'm hoping people have questions.
I was jumping in because I have one for you, if that's okay. Because I wanted to ask you about the location of the speech, how you said sometimes the location of where you're speaking seems to be very relevant. And I was thinking about one thing, and then I also have a commenter online who their question is kind of related. So let me ask mine, and then we'll ask the other one. What about the utilization of so-called free speech zones surrounding events? I know especially like large events that have national security implications, like political conventions or like G8 meetings and things like that. They end up setting up so-called free speech zones where protesters are supposed to be in a particular location. I think I remember the 2004 Republican National Convention. There was like it was like a box, and it was nowhere near the convention. And I
Right.
and that
And
kind
boy,
of
did they get sued for
that
that.
kind of thing. And I guess so. Like, what I guess I know more of the story and the media of that than actually what is the state of the law on that? Are those allowed, or are they just kind of something that gets fought over?
So to begin with, if you are talking about an event like that, you're talking about a national security special event that's going to be managed by, Secret Service, right? So there's going to be a part of that you have no control over as municipal government. But as far as the rules that you make, say you are permitting an event, you generally cannot confine people to a free speech zone What you in a traditional public forum, what you can do is so again, we're talking about streets, parks, sidewalks. What you can do is create sort of a necessary buffer, right? So that maybe there is a sort of a DMZ around the event, or you just say, hey, counter protesters, great. You want to be within sight and sound. Within sight and sound is sort of the test of the entrance to this Proud Boys rally. You can be across the street. You're very loud. You're definitely within sight and sound of the entrance to the Proud Boys rally. But that's far enough away that we're not going to have confrontations between people entering or leaving it and you. You have to be at the park down the street where you can't see the people coming in and out, and the people coming in and out can't see you. That's not going to fly, right? That's going to be not within sight and sound of the audience that you're trying to reach. And that's probably not going to be considered a reasonable setup. So even if you set up a free speech zone that you think everybody should love, that doesn't really bind to the protesters, right? They have a First Amendment right to be anywhere that outside the permitted event, right? Or, inside, but not disrupting the permitted event, as in the gay festival example that I had. You can't keep them in a free speech zone when you're talking about traditional public fora. You can provide one and hope they'll use it.
Got it. All right, thank you for that. And then the comment that I have, or I'm sorry, the question that I have online, Wendy was asking this earlier when you were talking about how the rules change in different locations. She got into the context of a municipal meeting. What types of behaviors, language, gestures can you regulate by the attendees at a meeting? At what point can disruptive, angry individuals be removed from a meeting?
So basically, when they are disrupting the business of the meeting. Presumably your meeting allows people to erupt in applause when they like something that the commissioners are doing. So you can't throw people out just because they erupt with boos and opposition when they don't like something the commissioner is doing. But if somebody stands up and will not stop talking, and presumably not during the public comment section, right? But just is interrupting, will not stop talking. It's hard to hear what the commissioners are saying over them. You can remove that person. Essentially, it is about whether it's going to interfere with the activity. What you can't do, again, is regulate how the words people use to express themselves. Profanity is not illegal inside any more than it's illegal outside. Someone wants to call the, commissioner neffing something or other, they're within their First Amendment rights to do that. I don't know that that's a very persuasive way to behave, but they're certainly within their First Amendment rights, and they're within their First Amendment rights to accuse the commissioners of dirty dealing or whatever that is, literally throwing them out because of what they're saying, as opposed to how they are, whether or not they're actually interfering with the conduct of the meeting. Two very different things. One will fly and one just won't.
All righty, sounds good. Representative Sappi, I didn't mean to chase you away. Did you have a question? Also, I think we're at the point of opening it up for other questions. Folks can raise their hand or send me something on the chat.
I was going to say all of that, Chris, so thank you so much.
Okay, I do have another one lined up here online.
Okay.
This one comes from Amy Huntington from Exeter Borough. But do protesters always have to register with the borough, or may they protest independently in public without notifying municipal officials?
Let me put it this way. Unless you have a protest permit ordinance that requires them to get a permit, they never have to seek permission. They never have to register. If you had a registration requirement for people doing protest, that like you said, well, you don't have to get a permit. You just have to tell us who you are ahead of time. That would absolutely not be enforceable. Yeah, I can show up and protest without any notice to you in front of your city hall. And the only time that I have to seek permission is if you have a permit regulation, a permit ordinance, and I'm showing up in so many numbers that I trigger the requirement to get a permit under your ordinance. And again, an ordinance cannot apply to one person. You can never require permission to speak for an individual to speak.
I do want to take one quick pause. Our final code word of the day, second code word for this session is labelle, Labelle. For those who have been following along all day, we've been covering Pennsylvania musicians. So thanks for that. You'll need these code words when you file for CLE credits. Dave, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, thanks, Chris. Mary Catherine, could you speak to the parameters, the legal parameters for permit fees? And if there is any mechanism for means testing that a municipality can implement, and whether or not they're prohibitive, or that's what.
Yeah. So in general, a reasonable application fee, a lot of places have a $25 or $50 application fee. You start getting, over $100 and it might not be a reasonable application fee. The most important thing about that fee is that it has to apply to everyone. And if there is an indigency exemption, that has to be offered to everyone and applied in the same way. So someone comes in, they say, I have a protest permit. I don't want to pay your $50 application fee. I'm poor. Don't charge me the $50 application fee. You can certainly require someone who is asking for a waiver to, for instance, fill out an affidavit, saying that, I can't afford your fee because I'm unemployed or on limited income. It's actually not me. That's part of the problem, is that if I'm coming in, I'm not applying, Mary Catherine Roper isn't applying for a permit application, but my organization, cat ladies who support gun control is applying for a permit, then you have to ask like what the resources of my organization is. You have to deal with the organization as the applicant rather than me. So you're like, Mary Catherine's an attorney. She can afford like $100 fee and the other fees I want to charge, but that's not the test. The test is whether cat ladies can afford that. And if we are an all volunteer organization, we don't even have a, maybe we have a bank account that's got, $100 in it, and we're going to use that to buy poster board for our protest. You're probably going to need to grant the waiver. So you can have some means testing, just as a practical matter, like protest permits, are usually a relatively quick turnaround. So you can't create a process that's going to be so difficult to get through that we can't get to whether the permit is is allowed or not. It all has to be relatively simple. I've not actually heard of a place that requires more than an affidavit about why the insurance can't be obtained or the fees can't be paid.
Okay. The only other question I have online at the moment is one participant asked, can you speak to case law on, excuse me, protests on or adjacent to property owned by municipal governments, authorities, etc., on property not open to the public, like jails, nursing homes, and other infrastructure?
Sure. The rules governing speech in places that are not traditional public fora are very, very different. And it depends on the kind of place. So if we're talking about your municipal office building, there is probably no right to hold a protest in the hallway inside your public office building, your municipal office building, because that is not a space that's ever been opened up to public expression, as a place for the public to come and go to get their their zoning permit or this or that, right? It is a place of business. It is not a place that has ever been open to public expression. Similarly, you may have a little courtyard next to your municipal services building. What is that courtyard used for? And if it's only for employees eating their lunch and you don't have the public sort of passing through it, on their way here and there, do you allow the public to come eat their lunch there? The question is it a place that's generally accessible to the public? And you control that, right? You control how your property is used. And so one thing you can't do is take what is a traditional public forum, say the sidewalk in front of your municipal services building, and decide that that's not going to be a public forum. The United States, the Park Service, the Independence Hall area National Park Service, tried to do that with the sidewalk outside the Liberty Bell. And it didn't work because it was still a sidewalk. People walked up and down that sidewalk going to the Liberty Bell, but they also walked up and down that sidewalk going to the bank. And they walked up and down that sidewalk doing all kinds of things. And so when they tried to say, we don't allow protest on that sidewalk, and cited somebody for it, it was one of these people who's out there to test things. And that was ruled unconstitutional. So it really is about the use, but certainly places that are just not open for public discussion. Right, a commissioner's meeting is different, right? That meeting room is specifically in that place to have an open public meeting at which there is time for public comment and so on. That doesn't mean that people can come in with a loud protest, because that's not the purpose of the room, right? What is allowed generally will match the use that the space is put to. I'm happy to get more specific if you want to give me a few more specifics. I'm afraid that is one of the things that just is very, very fact specific to the space, how it is used by the municipality, but just how it is used by the public, and what the municipality permits there.
I think that's a great answer for where we're at right now. I did just get one more question online. One user asked about you know what? This is a question for me. You mentioned about the outline that you provided earlier. Somebody asked about that being available. Just for the information for everybody who's attending, we're going to have all materials from the symposium today up on our website, hopefully by next week, along with a recording of today's session. So that outline will be provided as well.
And please give that outline to your solicitors and if anyone wants to, I can't give legal advice to municipalities, but I'm happy to consult with lawyers anytime.
Okay. I do have a juicy one here.
Yeah.
How does the Second Amendment apply with the First Amendment? Can restrictions on carrying a gun be put in place for protests?
So to a certain extent, first of all, if someone gets a permit and they are going to hold a closed event, like, the park is closed for my First Amendment event, and only people who are coming to my event are going to come into the park, not random people with their dogs and their lunches, but just for that period of time, I have a permit. It's only who I let in. I can say I'm not letting in people carrying guns, because that is that space is under my control for that period of time. I think it would be very difficult for a municipality to say, we do not allow guns at public gatherings. I don't think that's going to fly under either the Second Amendment or Pennsylvania's right to bear arms. But there may certainly be, I think there would be circumstances under which some of those limitations would work. It's much more likely, I think, to pass muster if those are limitations being placed by the organizers of the event and not by the municipality. So for instance, you could not refuse a permit to a gun rights group. Obviously, people are probably going to come to that rally carrying their guns, and that's part of their expression, and probably, almost certainly, I think, protected by the Second Amendment. Different if you're talking about a different kind of space. You're not talking about a public park, but you're talking about, I don't know, a meeting inside a building that that generally does not allow guns in it. If you have a public meeting space, inside your courthouse, right? Generally don't allow guns except by law enforcement in there. There may be some spaces where you can do that, but when you're talking about traditional public forum, I am not an expert on Second Amendment law, but I think that those restrictions would be tough to maintain if the municipality was trying to impose them as opposed to the organizers.
I think that's a great answer. And I agree with you in terms of, particularly in Pennsylvania, the uniform
When boys
Arms
get
Act.
embarrassed.
Okay. I don't know what that was. But the Uniform Firearms Act in PA has a pretty broad preemption, that municipalities really can't step outside the framework that's adopted statewide for that. I don't have anybody else lined up with questions. Is there anybody else who's going to raise a hand or ask anything else? If not, we might be at the end.
Thank you very much for having me. I know that I went very fast. I hope that having the written materials will enable you to sort of go back and say, oh, I remember when she said that. Now, sorry, I see a legal citation for it. And if you have questions, I really will take them. Thanks.
I could say thank you so much, Mary Catherine. This was so interesting and so incredibly relevant for today's times. And it's just, I know it's very helpful to our municipalities as they, deal with all of these things. So thank you so much. And I want to thank, since I'm the last one, I'm going to thank the commission for all of their hard work in putting this symposium together every year. It's so useful and it's so convenient for municipalities to be able to get online and get this information. And if they can't be part of a particular session, then they can get the information online as well. So thank you so much. You guys do a great job. And to all of our panelists, thank you so much.
All right. Take care, everyone. And we hope to see you next year. Materials will be up soon. I will leave the chat open for a few minutes. in case anybody has any questions with the CLE. We'll be getting the information out later this afternoon. I bet that's why Marty just popped on the screen. Marty, I won't burst your bubble. You are our CLE guy.
Nope, I've got nothing to say. You'll be receiving the information from the our website and the Americans of Court shortly. Fill that out, put in the 8 code words you got, and you'll get your 4 CLE credits.
Dave, any last words?
No, Chris, I just wanted to thank you for emceeing and thank everyone for attending, and thanks to Chairman Hutchinson for launching everything. And I'm awfully proud of the commission staff for putting this together. And I'm awfully proud of everybody who could attend this year. We did it remote. We're going to consider going back to at least partially in person next year, perhaps, but we're very, very happy to have you all with us. So thank you to all the moderators, the members, and thank you to all our presenters, and thanks to the commission staff. Thank you very much.